Welcome to the final of the Champions Tour. And look at me, I've got the hardest job in the world. I'm reporting today from the Good Night pub in Oslo, one of the only chess pubs in the world. And we can look around here, it's getting pretty busy as we see chess players everywhere. And it's going to be a great day of chess. And excitingly, the final is going to be between the young Prag, only 16 years old, and he can't even come in this place, he's too young, and Ding from China. Going to be a great final. Don't know who's going to win. I'm going to go for Ding slightly, but anything is possible. And I'm going to have a great day here reporting now and again. It's going to be fantastic. Back to you guys in the studio. He's taken it.
He's done it.
Behind the computer, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Rook is under fire. 2 seconds again by Eric. Oh, he made the move.
Wow, look at the evaluation bar just shot up in Black's favour. Duda could not stand the tension. He took this pawn.
It's going to be checkmate.
Magnus shaking his head.
Oh, look at the bar. 3 seconds.
1 second to make a move.
Wow.
This just looks glorious for white. This is my ultimate fancy, getting a position like this one from an opening. Crazy tactics. Prag is just showing off now. It's just a masterpiece.
The winner is young Christoph Duda. Welcome everyone to the big final in Chessable Masters. As always, to guide us through it, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Jovanka, and with Simon enjoying himself down at the Good Night. We're very lucky today to be joined by a Norwegian journalist, radio host, and also a chess commentator. Heidi, welcome to us.
Thank you so much.
You're very used to being in a TV studio. You've been doing World Championship matches for NRK for many years now, and you've created a huge chess boom in Norway with your show. So when you do your chess shows, what kind of people will be watching?
It's all kinds of people, actually. You would think it would be only chess players, but so many of our viewers don't even know how the pieces move. Or they've learned over the years, but and they're all ages, both like young people and old people. So it seems like when Magnus Carlsen is playing the World Championship, everyone is watching in Norway.
Yeah, I think we have some images of Heidi sitting in that NRK studio. You started in 2013. This is in that beautiful NRK studio. And when you went into the studio, what was your chess level?
I was a club player in Norway. I was really, really hooked on chess. I played chess all the time. I played like three nights a week. I trained every Friday. I used to play in the weekends. I was like really, really hooked. But I was in the chess studio because I'm a journalist who knows how to play chess. So we have a different person who's like the expert. So I'm sort of like the panel, sort of the middle player in the panel in a way.
And we're so excited to have Heidi here today. We're going to talk so much about chess on television, World Championship matches, or expectations for the coming year. But now let's look back to yesterday. Semi-finals in Chessable Masters. Ding Liren was up against world #1, Magnus Carlsen.
It's just almost game over. Everything opening up against the Black King.
Ding is so good in these positions as well, isn't he?
So good.
He's so good with the initiative.
I love what Ding has done. You know, I love the way he's opened everything up and the diagonals, and just look at how he's forced Magnus's 2 rooks on the defensive, and he's just got free reign with his 3 pieces.
This rook is getting ready to deliver the final blow to the Black King.
That's a killer, isn't it?
That's a killer.
That's a killer, moving the rook there.
Winner is the right word, Simon. Okay, he does it even better job. Brings his queen to the 7th rank, conquering the 7th rank.
Ding Liren, you guys, beats world champion Magnus Carlsen, world #1. The big semi-final between Pragnananda and Anish Giri. It has to be decided in tie-breaks.
Ooh.
Is he getting ready to sacrifice with that one?
Good blitz move, at least. Giri is putting the fear of God into Pragnananda, trying to hint at some sacrifices. Ooh, from Giri, this is a really risky move. The white queen defending her knight.
Can the bishop come and...
I think it blunders a piece, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, bishop comes to fork, is that what it's called? Yeah, at this time of day, I'm not sure.
He finds the best move. We see the Stockfish moves. Bishop to e4, as Stockfish says, wins a piece. Double attack, simply winning a piece now. And Anish Giri leans back. He simply blundered, and he resigns. Protecting his own knight, Giri. We do see a trade, however.
Oh, what's happening here?
Oh,
I think he's won a pawn. White's won a pawn.
Yeah,
Wow, incredible.
Giri, I think he attacked one move too many, and now he's just dropped the pawn. Not just that, the queens are off. Prag is almost safe now. He's almost home.
That was so quick. It's a very good pawn as well.
And look at this white A pawn. This white A pawn is running up the board, and he's given up. Prag takes it.
Wow! 16-year-old Pragnananda is ready for the final in Chessable Masters. Anish Giri was unbeaten in the tournament before he met young Pragnananda, and the 16-year-old knocked out world number 10, winning in the Blitz tiebreaks. Last season, Prag only played one tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. He was knocked out in the preliminaries in UN Chess Classic. So, David, 1 year later, he's playing in a final. What is the big difference with this youngster?
So many differences, Kaja. He's grown, he's matured so much over the last 12 months. Firstly, I want to say he defends like a lion. Yesterday against Giri, he was in trouble a couple of games. He survived and went on to win. But yeah, he can sacrifice, calculate better than ever before. He's much more confident now. I think just as he's getting older, he realizes all of his strengths, all of his weaknesses, and just knowing his game better has helped him so much on the tour.
And today he will face world number 2, Ding Liren, who started out knocking out Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in quarterfinals, and then knocking out world champion Magnus Carlsen in a thrilling semi-final yesterday. So, David, how strong is Ding looking now?
He's looking very good, Kaja. I think the month of chess that Ding had just last month, playing so much over the board, it's really played him into form, and now he's looking like a big favourite for the candidates. I'm going to say he's a big favourite for this match as well, because Ding knocking out Magnus Carlsen, that is just the icing on the cake for his recent results.
And according to Ty, who's doing all our stats this tournament, there is a 74% chance that Ding will win it. Is that how you will rate it as well?
That feels a bit high, maybe.
Okay.
Pragnananda has shown that he can beat anyone on his day, beating Magnus Carlsen twice now this season on the tour. But yeah, overall it's got to be Ding. I wouldn't say that much, though. I think it's going to be closer than people expect.
It's going to be interesting. And the final will be played over 2 days, so 2 different matches. Today, 4 rapid games to decide the first match, and then tomorrow, another 4 rapid games to decide the second match. And if both matches are tied, or if they win 1 match each, then we will head into Blitz tiebreaks tomorrow to decide who wins Chessable Masters, and both players are obviously very excited. This is what they said yesterday after winning their semifinals.
Yes, very happy. A little bit unbelievable. Yeah, since I lost to Magnus so many times, I haven't beat him in any of the knockout stage in this Magnus Carlsen chess tour. So it's my first time to knock out him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Match against such a strong player, and I also get to play 2 days, so it's going to be very interesting and fun.
You have to do exams before the final starts?
Yeah, actually, like, I have to be at school around 8:45, and now it's 2 a.m. So I have to go and sleep, and yeah, try not to sleep in the exam.
Where do you want the best results? If you could only choose one, would you prefer winning the match against Ding or passing your exam?
Winning the match is much more nicer than passing the exam.
That's what we love to hear from Prag Chess is the most important. He started out super early today with exams, and now it's gonna be late at night when he starts playing in the final against Ding. It will be midnight for the Chinese when the final starts. And for the first time in the tour, we have a final played between 2 players sitting in Asia. Actually, the 2 most populous countries in the world. David, what is this telling us about the way chess is developing?
I think the first thing I've got to say, Kaja, this has shown that chess, you should play it at night time. They are starting the game so late, midnight for Ding, 10 p.m. for Prag, and I think as well, it just shows the growth of chess, firstly in India. I mean, Prag, one of the new generation, one of a bunch of players. Ding, of course, he's the main guy in China, but China do have a bunch of grandmasters, and they've maybe been established a bit longer. Either way, it's definitely an Asian tournament. So.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that we have 2.8 billion viewers today in China and India. And of course, Jovanka, doing his exams before it all starts today, a big final.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? You know, because he mentioned it at the beginning of the tour and said, yes, you know, he had one on the 25th, and here he goes with Anish Giri saying, how did the exam go? And, you know, Pragnanda replying in his usual calm self, did well. Hopefully will pass with a hands over the eyes emoji. Well, good luck to Pragnanda there. We do hope it went well.
Yeah.
But I can't believe he's doing that.
Oh, what an impressive youngster, Pragnanda, today playing the final. He knocked out Anish Giri yesterday, but we're still going to see some of Anish today because we are auctioning out some of the stuff he signed at the Chessable offices.
Hi guys, I'm here at the Chessable office, ready to sign some stuff. Nice position. Good luck. Good merch. Excellent. Oh! The able.
There's actually only one rook endgame in this entire course because we had to tie the rook postulate.
You're
back
welcome.
To, you know,
What are we reading here? Enjoy. The hell are you doing? This is chessable, not checkerable.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. It's good stuff. I'm done here.
And today you can win this chessboard signed by Grandmaster Anish Giri. If you tweet us your selfie using the hashtag ChessChamps, we will pick a winner for a signed chessboard. Very cool. But Anish Giri, he is knocked out of the tournament. It's all about Ding Liren and Pragnanda today. And Ding, he will start out with the white pieces. So now I'm super eager to see the opening stats for Ding with the white pieces. David, what's your reaction?
Well, Kaja, firstly, some great scores from Ding, especially in the maybe lower half of this of these stats. But all of these openings, other than the English opening, they all begin with 1d4. So Ding, we're expecting him to open with 1d4. He's very solid. We very rarely see him lose with white. But to break down Prag's defenses, he will need to choose the opening wisely. Yeah, some interesting stats there. It's all about how Prag can counter using one of these lines, maybe.
Exactly. And Heidi, do you have like a favorite opening that you like to play and also that you like to watch when the best players in the world are up against each other?
Yeah, when I was looking at the board now, I was hoping, I hope they play Nimzo Indian, because that's a game, well, that's an opening I play. But I think my favorite opening is when I play white against the Karo Khan. I have some great prep against the Karo Khan.
I feel we should see a game between you two now.
Yeah.
The Karo Khan expert.
So you play Karo Khan with black?
Of course.
Yeah. All right, we need to see that happen. But Ding, starting in 2 minutes, you guys. And let's take a look at the head-to-head scores between these two. Both of them just have improved their tour rating so much. And fighting chess index, apparently, David, Prag has the highest score among all the top 10 rated players in the tour. Should we expect a fighting match?
I think we're definitely going to get a fighting match. We've seen from Prag, not only does he fight out every game, lots of decisive results, but every single game seems to be a long one. And even if we do see draws in this match, I think we'll see games pushed right to the limit, both players low on the clock, maybe even deep into the endgame. I should also point out, Ding Liren is on the brink of 2,800 tour rating. That's how much he's pushed his rating up, and yeah, he's maybe the informed player right now.
And he is getting ready in China. Ding Liren, here is Prag after doing his exams today. Getting ready for the big final. This is his first final in the tour. And this is Prag's performance rating by event in the tour. He started out just under 2,700. He is getting closed on performance rating to 2,800.
Yeah, and if you compare every rating, if we go down the list, every performance gets better time after time. He's improving every tournament. Every game he seems to be getting better. And yeah, he doesn't look tired considering he's been up since 8 doing exams, as he said.
Hopefully he had a great experience, Prag, doing his exams early in the morning and now to play the final against Ding, who is looking super focused. This is also Ding's first final in the tour, and in a couple of weeks, Ding will play in the Candidates Tournament. He is definitely in great shape. And of course, we're wondering, actually now I'm seeing Prag has the white pieces. That means Ding, actually, who scored the better in the preliminaries, has chosen to start with the black. That's very unusual.
Yeah, very interesting. Maybe he just wants to hold with black, and in this manner he will end on a white Ding, so he'll end with a game that maybe he knows what result he needs. Meanwhile, Heidi, are we going to see your favourite, the Nimzo Indian?
It looks like it.
Yay!
Great.
If black's dark squared bishop comes out now, we will see the Nimzo Indian defence. Or Ding could opt for the Queen's Gambit declined by pushing the black pawn in the centre, forward 2 squares. What do you think we'll see?
I think we're going to see the Nimzo Indian. I mean, most of the top players, when given the chance to play it, they do. It's a critical, cutting-edge opening, gives lots of fighting chess, and I was wrong.
We jinxed it. We jinxed it. It's the Queen's Gambit declined.
Aha. And we did see that Ding, with the white pieces, though, had a great score with this opening.
Yep, very decent score, Ding, and I think he's just an expert on both sides of this type of position, with white, with black. Ding has been playing these positions since he was very, very young, since he was even younger than Prag. So we see the exchange variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. A couple of pawns have left the board. Now white stepping forward with his own pawn. Black has a variety of different setups, different moves in this position. Normally black's bishop comes out. The light square bishop or the dark square bishop can both develop at this moment. Okay, first he challenges white's bishop. Bishop steps back. This is actually quite trendy, Jovanka. I know a lot of top players have been playing this variation just in the last few weeks alone.
Yeah, it is trendy. And one thing I just wanted to point out is that the white queen, by staying, well, actually, not the white queen, by the white knight not developing, the black hasn't been able to trade off dark square bishops. But anyway, okay.
Yeah, that means all pieces on the board, and it's likely to stay that way for a while. Black's knight now has developed, and here usually we see white's queen maybe take a step forward, connecting the white rooks, just simple development. There are other options for Prag. You could step forward with a couple of different pawns maybe. Often we see the dark squared bishops leave the board in position like this, but black is a bit cramped. Black has slightly less space than white, so any exchanges will help black. And this pawn push, this idea, I'm not sure it was this exact position, but at least this idea of pushing this pawn, there was a very famous case just 2 weeks ago, and I think it was Fabiano Caruana introduced this move. 1 hour later, Jordan van Vriest played the move as well, and it had never been seen before that one day, and it was played twice in the same day by 2 different players on opposite sides of the world. So, really interesting pawn push.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you said that, David, because actually I've never seen it before. So now I know it. This is cutting-edge theory. I was like, oh, hang on a second, that's not normal. But yeah, absolutely fantastic. And dark squared bishops off the board. And this is the big idea. The pawn is just going to march forward and take as much space as possible.
Yeah, white's idea here with this pawn push, as Jovanka mentioned, is firstly to gain space. Sometimes you can kind of destabilize this black structure by pushing even further forward, asking a question of this black pawn. Either black will take you and ruin the pawn structure, or black will have to bypass your pawn, and you have this kind of wedge in the position. For an endgame, this pawn is going to be very, very dangerous. So that's one interesting idea. And also, you do have the option to maneuver your knight into this dark square. This is a very typical idea. Because this pawn lies on a dark square, black can never really break out and challenge. So you have kind of created a semi-outpost for your knight. And yeah, this was a completely new position until 2 weeks ago. That's how fast news travels in chess. All the top players going for this trendy variation.
Wow.
When we learn how to play chess, or when we give good advice to new people who play chess, one of the advice are that you shouldn't move the same piece more than once in the opening. But here we see that Prag has moved his pawn. Why is that a good move?
This pawn forward. Yeah, I guess it's partly to gain space. I think Prag has pretty much completed development now, at least with his minor pieces. The non-minor pieces are on decent squares.
very centralized squares ready to kind of play on both sides of the board, depending on what they need to do. I am slightly surprised that he hasn't moved his queen yet. As mentioned, for example, in the current position, he could move his queen, connect his 2 rooks, and the rooks are flexible. Maybe they'll want to play on this side of the board, supporting their pawns. Maybe they'll want to play in the center later. Another common idea would be to just move the rook across 1 square, later kind of play for a pawn break in the middle of the board. You're right there, Heidi. I think he should start developing. You don't necessarily want to get carried away with any pawn pushes yet. You want to decide where your pieces go first. And you also mentioned moving the same piece several times. Black has moved this knight twice already, kind of rerouting it towards the king side. He's also moved this knight to the edge of the board twice. So Black's maybe lacking in development compared to White just because he's messed around with his knights. Black, I think here, Ding would love to get his bishop out, for example, to develop it. And he would love to centralize his rook on the next go. He needs to get all of his pieces to better squares. At the moment, I think that's maybe why the evaluation bar slightly favors White, just because White is slightly more ready. White also has more space, thanks to the advance of this pawn.
Yeah. One of the things that I found always very uncomfortable with Black, because I do have experience, not exactly in this particular position, is that the light square bishop does develop, but it doesn't actually have a role. You know, once Black does all the happy moves, then he just has to sit and react to whatever White comes up with. And it's going to be an interesting battling ground. And I'm just, I love the fact, as David pointed out earlier, that this is like super new theory. You know, it's like literally from 2 weeks ago, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of like, but I mean, this is just, it's incredible, especially when you think about it in the past when players it took weeks to find new theory, new ideas, and they were scouring magazines. And actually we have a very interesting move from White, deploying the knight to the back row in order to attack the Black knight on the edge of the board.
Yeah, maybe we can show this because it looks really weird, retreating the knight back to the first rank. As Jovanka said, first of all, there is a threat that you have unleashed an attack against the Black knight, which now steps back, actually to a better square. But I think Prag's main idea is sometimes you have to kind of take a step back to go forward. And yeah, sometimes it's just like in life. You have to admit a mistake in order to kind of improve things in future. And the White knight is destined for this square. It does feel, however, like the White king is a bit, well, I don't want to say naked, but it doesn't have many protectors around it. So at some point we might see Black's pieces kind of gravitate towards the White king. Maybe Simon, I'm missing him in here in the studio, but maybe this idea of pushing the Black pawn forward because the White king has no defenders. And that's normally a trigger. That's a signal that you should attack if your opponent has no defensive pieces. Meanwhile, Prag will try and play on the opposite flank of the board. White's knights will start to jump in. I'm not sure what they're doing there, but they look nice and pretty.
All right. But we're basically out of the opening now.
Just about, yeah.
Both kings get it going to safety. So, all right.
Early middle game.
Yeah. And but we're going to talk about openings for 1 second now because we haven't launched the quiz of today, Jovanka.
No, we haven't launched the quiz of the day. I was just about to do it.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, this is the Chessable Masters and it's all about openings. And we are asking for our quiz of the day, what is your opening nightmare? We are asking you to recall all those bad memories. And it's a Chessable prize up for grabs. And this time it's the Grand Ruy Lopez by Niels Grandelius. He was actually playing early on in the preliminaries.
Yeah.
And well, in order to have a chance to win this awesome prize, you have to tweet your answer using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And yep, just tell us your deepest, darkest opening nightmares.
Absolutely. And later today, we're going to deep dive into the Ruy Lopez opening. Yesterday, we were talking about an opening that it looked really old, the pictures of the Caro-Kann.
Are you giving some spoilers,
Well,
Kaja?
because I checked some pictures, I wanted to find out who's behind the Ruy Lopez opening. And there weren't any pictures. There were only paintings of the owner of that opening. So it's an old one.
It's an ancient one, Kaja. It's so old. Yeah, but you know, it has a great history, as you'll find out. And
Old is gold, with the best openings are the oldest ones.
oh, okay.
And okay, Ding just moves his rook across 1 square. Again, a bit mysterious. He's maybe just hinting that he'll push some black pawns on this side of the board. And okay, the move goes back to Pragnananda. It's all about slow maneuvering and planning. And Heidi, you mentioned about your chess strength, but how would you kind of describe your style? What type of positions do you like to play? Do you like these kind of slow block positions, or are you more direct?
Yeah, I prefer the slow positions. I like to maneuver, and whenever we play at my club, I'm normally one of the ones that sit at the end. So I finish really late. Because I'm not that good at openings, I'm better at the end game. I've been working a lot more on the end game than on the opening. Okay. So the further along in the game you get, the higher are my chances of winning.
Okay, nice. And I think that's quite representative of some of the viewers at home. The opening can be so hard to study, it takes a lot of time, but working on endgames, you found that's the way to improve.
Yeah, but I realize I have to, because when I lose, I often lose in the opening, so I have to work a lot more on my openings, definitely.
So what is I'm just going to put the quiz of the day on you, what is your opening nightmare?
It's the French defense, meeting the French defense. It's the worst. It's so bad that when you play, I don't know if I can see the moves now, but I played e5 in the second game just to sort of stop the the French.
Oh, so, that's radical.
Yeah, I know, but because I've lost so many games. But now I'm trying to learn.
So here you push your pawn forward one square.
Yes.
Yeah, just to, for example, meet a pawn push with maybe an exchange and a trade. So just to show that point, French defense, it's a scary opening.
But it's a terrible move. But then at least my opponents don't know what to do next. So we're sort of on even grounds, I think. I don't know what to do, and they don't know what to do.
Yeah, fair enough. And we'll talk more about opening nightmares in a minute, but I'm not sure whether this move's going to give Prag too many nightmares. I would be happy to see this one if I were Prag here as white, because normally in this type of pawn structure, if you compare the pawns in the middle of the board, white's pawns point in this direction, so usually white is actually playing towards this side of the board, towards the queen side. Black's pawns, they actually point towards this side, so black should be playing down towards the white king. By touching his pawns on this side of the board, it goes against conventional wisdom. It does actually make this pawn a bit weak. It's a bit of a target now. For example, if the white knight jumps out the way, at some point the white queen will attack it. The white rook can slide across to attack it as well. And it just feels like Ding maybe just a bit uncomfortable, and this pawn is going to cause him a lot of trouble long term. That being said, he has stopped these white knights from jumping in. These two white knights are temporarily dominated by these two pawns. So I understand what he's doing. I don't like it too much myself, but maybe he just feels that he wants to stop Prag's plan. He just wants to stop Prag's knights getting active, and for now, that's enough for Ding. Maybe he'll just put his bishop on this square long term to kind of protect its weakness on the c6 square. So still very cagey maneuvering stuff. And how about yourself, Jovanka? Chess nightmares?
Nightmares. Well, I do have chess nightmares, actually, and they almost always involve the opening stage, where I get to the board and someone has played the most ridiculous opening, where my king is being attacked and it's super sharp and I don't know what I'm doing. And then I'm like, but this is not my game. I didn't make these moves. And that is normally a quite recurring nightmare, I have to say. But when it comes to like opening nightmares is when my king is unsafe. I really don't like it if my king is out there exposed and, I have no good place to put it. And, we've seen a trade of pawns. And since the circuits of the knights have been dominated, the knight takes a step back and is set to find itself a new home.
Yeah, maybe heading towards the centre of the board. This is quite a key square in the Queen's Gambit declined. The players are just using pattern recognition to realise where they want to put their pieces. Also, white does have control over an open line now. So it did take a long time. White had to push a pawn forward once, twice, 3 times, just to create an open line for his rook. But it can be quite effective, and look out for this rook at a convenient moment, maybe entering the black position later on. At the moment, all entry squares in the black half of the board are covered. You can't bring your rook in, but it might be something that Ding has to be careful of.
And Ding has still not moved his bishop.
Yeah, true. And actually, Jovanka mentioned it, this is the problem piece often in this opening, because no matter where you put it, even if you put it on a semi-active square, it actually gets blocked in by its own pawns. Black's pawns on light squares in the middle of the board, and therefore this is technically a bad bishop. If you compare it to White's bishop is actually a really good piece because it's kind of supported and complemented by pawns on dark squares. Pawns control dark squares, bishop controls light squares. This is like the ideal formation. That's why I slightly prefer White's position. That being said, at the moment, black doesn't have too many threats to worry about. I would be starting to maybe develop the black knight out. I really want to kind of start attacking towards the white king somehow. Not sure exactly how you break through, but you need to improve, as Heidi says, this bishop and this knight.
Yeah. And, well, Ding is definitely thinking about his plan in this first game, in the final. Let's head out to the good knight, to Simon. His plan is to have fun today. What's happening, Simon?
Well, I'm in my natural habitat here, a chess pub. There can't be a better place in the world. You can have a little look. There's not just chess going on here. There's obviously a bit of drinking going on at this table as well. But there's plenty of games of chess going on everywhere if the camera springs around. But we do have over here a very special guest who has his own podcast. So I'll just let him introduce himself.
That's nice.
If you just say your name, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm David. I'm host of 64 Chess Podcast.
Brilliant. And we're talking about openings today. What's your favourite opening?
My favorite opening is the Carol Khan.
Oh, I feel sorry for you there. Sorry, Jovanka. But we're here, and who do you think is going to win the match as well? Do you think it's going to be Prag or Ding?
I'm a big Ding fan, but you got to look at Pragnananda's games, and I mean, this guy, he's doing something really special right now. I mean, he has finals or something in India, like he has school exams, and he's coming, and he's just making world-class players look like fools. I don't know. I can't bet against him.
It's pretty amazing. Yeah, you've said it correctly there. And it's quite nice to have a podcaster be interviewed for a change. But it's really heating up here. There's loads of people having a lot of fun. You can come down. This is a place in Oslo. Everyone's welcome. You can have a drink, play some chess. The atmosphere is fantastic. And I'm watching you guys here in the studio. And I'm maybe having a little drink. Of course, that's only water because I'm a professional. But yeah, back to the studio.
Enjoy yourself, Simon, and we will check in with you later, of course. First game in the final in Chessable Masters is going on. We did have a couple of moves. Can we see Ding Liren's plan in this game?
We've definitely seen his plan over the last couple of turns, and actually the position has changed considerably since we last there, and it's all to do with pawns pushing forward. And actually, just when we left it, it was this position. Black decided, okay, now is the moment. I thought maybe he would prepare this with a knight jump or a bishop move, but no, Ding is far more direct. He sees the moment to push forward, and I'm slightly surprised here that Prag kind of left this tension and these pawns looking at each other. I don't think you necessarily want to take Black's pawn, because now Black gets a nice pawn center. Black's rook suddenly, this mysterious rook move from earlier, it suddenly looks like a genius stroke because the rook is now on an open line. So Prag decided, okay, he just brings his knight to a better square, defends his center, and that has allowed Ding now to step forward again. To be honest, I would have maybe brought my bishop forward to attack the black rook and just maintain the tension in this way. But now, in the current position, after Ding stepped forward, attacking the white bishop, we do see white's bishop move, offering a trade, and now the black pawn stepping forward. And the reason I'm slightly surprised is, as Heidi mentioned, this bishop is doing nothing. It's sat there the whole game on its starting square, and white now is the one who's just spent a couple of moves trying to trade off a piece that's not really done anything the whole game. It feels like white's lost a bit of time, and meanwhile, these black pawns, long term, watch out for them. They're going to start stepping down the board. They might be quite scary. Any endgame, black is going to have a big advantage because of these two pawns. They could potentially become a passed pawn later in the game.
And white only has one pawn to protect.
Yeah. These two later, let's ignore the rest of the pawns, but these two are playing against this one, you're right. So if all of the pieces disappear, black is actually just going to win. And yeah, Prag needs to play a bit more dynamically now. Maybe that involves bringing the white knight into the center. We mentioned that this white knight is on a great square. And Jovanka, you taught me about this one in this type of structure. Okay, he does play this. There's actually a knight fork threatened as well. The white knight wants to jump into the c6 square, attacking the black queen, attacking the black rook. So this is a big threat, which Ding needs to defend against.
I'm going to be honest with you here, David. I hate Pragnananda's position. And it's not often that you'll hear me say I hate, but I mean, it really is, to me, a dream Queen's Gambit declined. And just look at those queen side, those left pawns on the left. I mean, just look at them. They're so far up the board, and normally they live somewhere else and they're restrained. And this is just feels like it's so beautiful. And also, I suspect that the light squared bishops are going to get traded off, as you mentioned, and no problem whatsoever for Ding.
Yeah, I mean, all you need to do is maybe guard against this knight jump
I'm not sure exactly how. For example, you can move your rook up the board, and at some point, these pawns are just going to start rolling, kicking away the white knights in the process. And you can even gain time kicking away the white queen if you want with a pawn push. Yeah, it does feel like things are heading in Ding's favour. And look at the evaluation bar. I'm not sure whether bishop takes bishop is even the best move, but maybe there are options. The computer liking black, I think aesthetically it looks great for black. It's all because of these pawns. I'm not sure Prag should have allowed them this far down the board.
And the opening stat, so this was the Queen's Gambit declined. And I did take a look at the opening stats here for Prag with the white pieces. It's a 60%, so let me find it, there we go. Am I looking at the right? I think he has a 60% score, there we go. 60% score, but he's also lost 2 games and won 3 games in this opening. So it seems like a risky choice.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's regarded as quite a solid opening for both sides, but Prag, lots of decisive results, winning a few, losing a few in this opening. It doesn't feel like this one is anywhere near a draw. It definitely feels like long-term, I mean, short-term, there's going to be imbalances, pieces all around. White has the open file. But long-term, black is the one with the chances, so I can't see this one fizzling out or getting simplified or being safe for either side anytime soon.
It doesn't feel safe at all for white, and yeah, I really don't like it. I've said it again. I said it once, I'll say it again. You know, I just don't see what white's pieces are doing, and black has a very nice plan. He has the space. And I mean, also, I'd like to go back to an idea that David mentioned many, many moons ago, and that was actually maybe at the right time, once you've controlled everything on the left, you can actually start advancing on the right. You know, I've seen some beautiful plans from AlphaZero where the pawn, H-pawn, of course, moves up the board.
Yeah, later on. I never know why. It's so hard to explain, but just in this type of pawn structure, it's always black pushing towards the white king. Maybe it's just because white's king has no defenders around it. If you compare, black's king has 2 nice knights. That's the rhyme. Knight on f8, there is no mate. And black's king is always going to be safe once this knight sits here, whereas the white king, no defenders. So yeah, that's an interesting point for later. Watch out for an attack. Black can maybe distract white with these pawn pushes. OK, first he trades off the bishops, OK, wow, now he goes for this pawn push. I said that this was a threat, the knight jumping in, attacking the black queen, but Ding has completely ignored that. He's attacking the white knight now, and if we see white threaten the black queen, maybe the black queen just moves, and after the white knight captures this black rook, suddenly we see a situation where black is temporarily down a rook for a knight, but this white knight is almost trapped. It has nowhere to go to apart from the side of the board, and then suddenly look at black's pawns. We talked about the black pawns. This one now attacking the white rook, and when the rook moves, I mean, firstly, this knight is hanging, but secondly, these pawns are just rolling down the board. It looks fantastic for Ding. I think really well calculated. Now, in the current position, I don't think Pragnananda can get greedy and jump in with his knight. I think he would actually lose if he did this. He just needs to run away with his other knight, but that's a step in the wrong direction. If he jumps back with his knight, black is left with these glorious pawns. As Heidi mentioned, it's 2 versus 1 on this side of the board. Short-term and long-term, that's a big, big problem for white. If you compare white's pawns, these pawns are just going nowhere. It's definitely advantage Ding right now.
Yeah, those black pawns look scary. And if you were sitting on this board with the white pieces, Heidi, how would you feel?
I would not be very happy.
Yeah.
It feels like the black pawns are coming so close, and where are you supposed to put your knight? I would feel like I would just have to defend, and I would not like it at all. And I'm quite surprised. It feels like it changed so quickly. Yeah. I think Prag looked so confident. He looked like he was going in the right direction, and now it just seems like he couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
And actually, talking of the knights, white's knight in the centre of the board on the e5 square next to the white queen, that has moved 6 times to get there. This other white knight that's just retreated, just stepped back, that's moved twice. So he's lost a lot of time with his knights. And especially the knight that's moved back, not a great piece anymore. The knight in the centre of the board looks great, but it might just get traded off at some point. And then you've lost 6 or 7 moves. And in the meantime, black has used those moves to start pushing his pawns. Yeah, it feels like Prag is maybe just playing move by move, but Ding has got a bigger long-term strategy in mind. And now, OK, white's knight is safe, so that threat is in the air, the other knight jumping to attack the black queen. I'm sure Ding will deal with that, though. Maybe one of the black rooks will move. Maybe the black queen can move. Lots of choice, lots of pleasant choice for Ding.
I know a lot of people who watch chess play on an app or play against friends, and one of those things that might be quite difficult is when to push the pawns. Like, now they're quite far ahead, but when do you actually try to move them forward?
Definitely.
That's a very good question. I guess the first thing I would be looking for here for Ding, okay, he actually challenges this open line. I mentioned this was an open line. He challenges with his rook. Yeah, the first thing I would be looking for here is, okay, can I push my pawns? But the other thing you have to this is the hardest thing in chess, simultaneously juggle what you want to do and what your opponent wants to do. And your opponent here has this big threat of the knight jumping in, as we showed, attacking black's queen and rook. So first I would want to deal with that. And also, again, it's such a hard decision when to push these pawns. I think at the moment, this square is covered sufficiently. It's covered twice by white, so you can't really push this one. You don't necessarily want to push this one either because you block up your own pawns. Often, actually, pawns are much more, they have better potential when they are side by side like this. That means you tease your opponent. Every move, your opponent has to worry about one pawn pushing forward or the other one pushing forward. You don't really want to, for example, just block things up and lose the integrity of your pawns because now, for example, now it's completely blocked up. You need to definitely, I think when in doubt, just keep your pawns side by side. That's the general rule, just because they are more flexible this way. It's not clear which one is pushing. But in the current position, there was a threat, so Ding moves his rook across. Also, long-term stuff, like having a potential pass pawn, that actually becomes much more important in the endgame because the pawns will be harder to stop if white doesn't have pieces to stop them with. So I think Ding's strategy of trying to trade off rooks, that helps long-term because then the pawns will become even better. And yeah, I think that's a good point. I've really struggled with pawns. I still struggle with pawn structures sometimes, unfamiliar pawn structures especially. And meanwhile, okay, white's knights are looking okay. I don't really know what they're doing. Everything's defended, but they look okay for now.
Yeah, and I think looking okay is good when you need to be dynamic. At least one knight has its eyes on the pawn in the middle of the board, which could be potentially quite weak.
Yeah, black's defending it sufficiently for now with one knight, but as Jovanka mentions, it's a target, and white is doing the right thing. When your opponent has strong pawns, you need to target the base of the pawn chain. So this is the furthest back pawn, the protector. So you want to target the protector. If this pawn falls, the rest of black's pawns might fall. So that is what Prag is trying to do, meanwhile.
And we also always talk about that F5 square. The knights on F5 will thrive. Both of the knights are very close, but they are not on F5. How big of a difference is it in this position?
Yeah, it's quite a big difference. You're right, Kaja. The white queen, she looks nice and pretty on the F5 square, but she's not actually threatening or doing anything. Again, she's more worried about her own appearance than actual kind of influencing the game right now. And Ding, interesting decision. He's being consistent. He's trying to force the exchanges. Okay, this knight jump, I'm not 100% sure about it. It feels a bit loose somehow. Jovanka, what do you think of... knights coming off the board, it should favour black.
It should favour black, I agree, but I was more interested in actually pushing the queen back, the white queen. It's in the middle of the board, it's on black side, and I was kind of thinking that queen should not be anywhere over there. But then again, it's a solid move, I feel. It's not a disastrous move, but probably Prag, like you say, will be a little bit happy to see this type of moves.
Yeah, just instinct-wise, it felt a bit loose. I can't see a refutation, though. I still really don't like white's position, and maybe it's becoming a bit time-sensitive now. If you allow all the knights to disappear, it's going to be one-sided with black's pawns racing down. Also, Pragnananda, he has had time trouble issues, and this is the type of position that if you do drop down to 1-2 minutes on the clock, it's so hard to handle for white. I think it's much easier to play with black, this type of position. You can just bully your opponent because you have those pawns. You can say, okay, I'm going to trade off, or I'm going to try and trade things off. You have to run away from the exchanges. And difficult moments for the teenager right now.
Ticking under 4 minutes, Pragnananda now in game one, and Ding is, as always, just looking super calm, super focused, and probably super confident after beating world champion Magnus Carlsen yesterday. He's just in great shape, the Chinese.
Very good shape. And Heidi, how are you when you're low on the clock? Do you like playing faster games, for example?
No, I know that's terrible. I need a lot of time. Yeah, I prefer playing classical chess. I'm a lot better at classical chess than in rapid and in blitz.
Okay.
So I normally, when I play classical chess, if I have, you know, the clock, if it's under 20 minutes, you start to see the seconds count down, and then my heart starts to go.
So if you're in Prague's shoes right now, you would be.
I would be quite stressed. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That happens to me actually when I've got less than a minute on the clock. I don't know, it's like somehow I spend most of my energy like looking at the clock tick down instead of actually focusing on the moves. But I've noticed the top players actually, and especially David, he's so calm. He's just sat there and just looking, and then they let their clocks go down to 3 seconds and then they make a move. And I'm like, okay, well, easy for some. Others, like you, it's like the adrenaline is pumping. I'm making some crazy hand gestures here, there, and everywhere. So, yeah, nightmare.
And when I have like 3 seconds left on the clock, I don't press the clock quietly. It goes like really fast because I can't lose any time.
Yeah, actually, I was. Well, recently I played an opponent who he would go down to 1 second every single move, and then not just that, but after making the move, he would stand up and just circle the board. He gains 30 seconds after every move, but he has 30 seconds, and he was just walking around me. I was kind of like, I mean, I know I'm quite calm, but he's just, I don't know how he does it, just ice cold.
But did that mess with your head a bit? He did that? Yeah.
So much.
Do you think it was his tactics?
Maybe. He had really loud shoes as well.
What?
Yeah, but okay, wow.
Oh, and
yeah, a night jump. I didn't expect this one, I've got to say, but not just that, but Pragnananda, he was looking around. He looked like he was disturbed by something. Maybe that's just the stress of going under 2 minutes now on the clock. And this night jump for white, I mean, he's offering a trade of one of black's defensive pieces, but again, it feels so strange. I'm not sure what the exact idea is. If we jump in, white's knight now going to the edge of the board. He's trying to attack this black knight, but for example, if I just trade it off, what has white really achieved here? Everything that the white queen is attacking or the white knight is attacking, they're actually defended very well. And here it might be time, as Heidi mentioned, to start thinking about pushing one of these 2 pawns forward. I'm not sure which one, but white's pieces have gone on the other side of the board, and that is normally the signal once more. If your opponent's focusing on one side and you don't think they have any threats, you can play on the opposite side of the board. Okay, he doesn't exchange off this knight, though. Ding jumps into the center. Really brave. These knights now make quite a nice impression. But, okay, is white's knight strong on the side of the board? Is it actually threatening anything? That is the question for Prague. If he can utilize his 2 knights now to form some kind of attack against the black king, he's doing great. But if he can't attack the black king, then they just look silly, these knights.
Yeah.
What do you think of this?
I actually thought he would just capture the knight. But anyhow, here with this knight jump, I kind of like it now that I've seen it. I think the whole idea is to actually step the knight back to the d6 square and kick the white queen away.
Yeah, you can kick the white queen back. I'm not sure where it goes, but yeah, for example, the white queen could step back, maybe attacking this pawn. It's still unclear. I mean, if we go to the current position, white is really here. Prague is begging for these knights to come off the board. He's kind of chasing the black knight around, just offering this trade. I'm not sure I would capture now. Maybe it's still fine. White does have the option of capturing away from the center. Normally, we say that this is positionally undesirable, taking pawns away from the center, but you do open up a line for your rook, potentially. Normally, you should capture towards the center, so you don't ruin your pawn structure, and the white king actually has a nice safe escape square. And yeah, here I'm expecting a knight trade finally, but it still feels like it should be good for black.
The evaluation did not like that move.
I'm trying to figure out why. I can't see a tactic in the current position. Maybe you just exchange things off, and maybe you just keep things simple, and then start thinking about pushing one of these 2 pawns. Yeah, I'm surprised it says that much. I know black is better, and I think we have discussed how black's position is easier to play because of these pawns, but it's not winning yet.
I just peeked at the computer, and the computer says it's good for what? It's good for black, regardless. Any knight move is good. It's like knight takes, but the best one is my move. That was a surprise. Jumping back to attack the queen.
And when the queen steps back, she doesn't have too many promising squares. I guess you can just defend your central pawn with your queen, and okay, Ding plays it. Of course he finds the best move. That's why he's the world number 2. And I think we're heading towards this position. The black queen will defend her pawn. And now black is actually, with the queen over on this side, is getting ready to support some of these pawns marching forward. Interesting stuff. These 2 black knights are just perfect defenders. They actually cover a lot of important squares.
Yeah, they're the dream knights, aren't they? The dream team.
Yeah, no nightmare there.
Oh, nice. I like that one, David. Gosh, it's really, really tense in this position, you know, especially because Praggnanandhaa doesn't have so much time. He's struggling.
The minute.
Positionally, you know, he is not down materially, but positionally, he has to do a bit of repair work. And yeah, it feels like it could actually swing any moment. And, well, Kaja.
Yay. Must be good news for Prague. Is it?
It can be traded off, though.
Okay.
That's the problem. The knight's gone on such a journey just to get there. I mean, that knight has spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves to get there. Both white knights have actually moved 6 times, and no trade yet. One of the black knights attacks the white queen. Now the trade does happen, so white's attacking knight did disappear. And it's all about the knights jumping. It's so hard to explain or even figure out why these knights have been dancing around so much. Both the white knight and the black knight now, maybe they just balance each other out. They're both on very decent active squares. I just don't really understand what white's doing. White's queen and knight alone, they need backup, they need support to attack. But there is no backup. The 2 rooks on the open A line, they just balance each other out. Black's queen does a great job of defending all the pawns in her half.
The queen is cut off, as you mentioned earlier. That was a sign. And I'm thinking, is it the time? Is it time now to maybe get going with those pawns on the left? I keep saying queenside pawns today.
Pawns.
They are queenside pawns,
and maybe about to become queens.
Yes,
maybe
even better actually.
So if he's able to queen Ding, which of them is the star? Is it possible to say already?
Ooh, he knows now.
Beth, the B pawn, is the star, and the reason why I would say Beth, the B pawn, is the queen, because basically the knight can help control the queening square.
Yeah, if you think about its promotion square, as Jovanka said, this one can be supported by the black knight later, but not just that. This pawn is propelled forward. The queen is basically like the engine behind the pawn, pushing it forward down the board. And I think there's going to be a pawn sacrifice next move or on the next few turns from Ding. It looks like this pawn is blocked for now, but firstly, I don't know what white does. For example, you just move your rook somewhere. This black pawn is just going to give itself up in order for the other pawn to march down the board. And this pawn is going to cost white a rook. And, okay, Prague, he didn't find anything better. He just moved his king. How does that improve the position? I don't understand.
Did it with 9 seconds left on the clock. He is under pressure.
It's time now, I think. Ding, firstly, you can, I don't know whether you trade a set of rooks first, but now it might be time to start pushing this pawn forward and break through with your other pawn. Let's keep an eye on the players, because Praggnanandhaa must be so stressed right now. I think he's going to fall to defeat. The evaluation bar says, what, +5? That means a new queen might appear on the board.
It's incredible, actually. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the bulldozer appearing and the B pawn making its way to its destiny. Oh, I love that.
Push this pawn forward, then maybe trade a set of rooks, and the final touch would be pushing this pawn forward, or maybe even jumping forward with the knight. And next move, this pawn is coming. There we go. The avalanche continues, and the pawns. Yeah, this is what we call a pawn storm. These 2 pawns winning the game. We called it earlier, and it's happening. So in answer to Heidi's question earlier, when to push the pawns, you just wait until all your pieces are ready, and then you support the pawns with your queen, with your knight, and yeah, he just needs to find the right way, I think. Ding here, but Prague is about to fall to defeat. It's partly about the clock, but Ding's just been another level. It's not one big blunder from Prague, it's just a series of small mistakes, and Ding has smoothly taken it.
It just seems like the white pieces are too far away to defend, and the black pieces are more can support a lot more.
Yeah, you're right there. And I mean, that white queen is just completely cut off. The white queen's actually on the diagonal of the promotion square of the black pawn, but black's knight cuts it off. I think the black knight can, yeah, there we go, take a pawn. Next move, that pawn is moving forward. White's rook will disappear.
Ruthless play by Ding. Very, very impressive. I feel like this is, yeah, like you say, model game.
Yeah.
Dream.
Only 35 moves as well so far.
Yeah.
With black, yeah. I think if anyone plays the Queen's Gambit Decline, then this should be top of the list of games to study. I'm just surprised Prag allowed those pawns forward earlier in the game, but okay, what is this trick? The white rook wants to actually sacrifice itself and to lure away the black queen, because the white queen, remember, is attacking a pawn near the black king. If the black queen disappears, then white maybe has some counterattack against the black king. I think you can just protect a few things here. Maybe we jump in just to show Prag. He's so tricky here in this position. He's moved his rook up the board. If this pawn pushes down now, then I think his idea is to actually shuffle across with his rook. This looks like a suicide mission for the white rook, giving itself up, attacking the black queen. But if the black queen gets deflected away now, then there's no longer protection of this pawn. This pawn now drops. This is a check, and black's king can't actually escape the checks. If you run this way, the white queen drops back with a check. If you go back, the rook drops with a check, and actually you just repeat the position here. The black king cannot hide safely. So actually a really nasty trick there from Ding. I think the problem, though, is in the current position, this pawn, firstly, you can maybe just move it. Secondly, you can just defend it with your rook. And once you defend your king, this pawn, again, is just going to win the game.
Yeah, I love that rook move. It's just so small, but it's so good as well, because you renew the threat. And
super safe now, the king and rook. It's as if they just castled.
No tricks either from Pragnananda, and that's all you need to do. Keep control of these wild positions.
Yeah, and this pawn, again, white just has to give up his rook for this pawn at some point. It's too good. It's going to become a new queen.
But I have to kind of compliment Prag for finding a trick like this, because, you know, you can imagine if you didn't have too much time on the clock, this is something that you could well fall into.
I think I would definitely fall into this trick, into Prag's trap, if it was a blitz game. And there we go, Ding. Of course, he plays the safest move, and now this pawn is going to win the game.
6 seconds, 5 seconds. The clock is ticking down, and he has to make a move.
Okay, he drops his knight back. That's clever as well, but the knight is going to have to give itself up for the black pawn. It's better than giving up a rook, I guess. But there we go. The white knight disappears. The white rook is attacked. White's rook can go somewhere, but it's never going to be able to attack anything. Black simply has an extra knight.
Do you think Pragnanda will resign, or will he kind of try to fight on? Okay, he's made a move.
He's a fighter. We've seen that. I've seen him save miraculous positions in the tour this season. Yeah, the problem is for white, there's nothing to bite on. There's nothing to attack. White's queen and rook, they're just looking at pawns that are really well defended. Black's queen is free to run around. And there we go. Attacks the white rook, kicks the white rook out of the black half. I think we might see Prag resign in a few moves.
Yeah, you can kind of see in his eyes that he knows he's lost this.
Yeah, he looks ready to resign, Pragnananda, but he's not going to resign the match. We did hear in his interview yesterday he lost a game 4 to Anish to take it to tiebreaks, and no problem. He was ready to fight again, and he did win in the blitz tiebreaks. He doesn't seem to be too affected by losses.
I think it helps him as well that it's a 2-day match. Ding, half of Ding's attention will be on the candidates. I think when you're young, it's nice to kind of draw things out, make your slightly older opponents tired. Prag's definitely not going to be out of this, even if he loses today's match overall. Okay, pushing a pawn now in front of the white king. The black knight, though, just... Strong
piece.
It's a free piece, and it's a strong piece.
I feel quite sorry for Prag, who had to have his exam today. I'm like, why couldn't his teachers just let him off for one day?
Yes, as well, right? You know, the biggest chess talent in India, maybe. Just, you know, can take the exams next week.
It's a pretty good excuse, you know, playing against the world #2 chess player in one of the biggest events of his life, so far, at least. Yeah, do you find it difficult, Heidi, to bounce back from defeats?
Yeah, because I start questioning everything about myself when I lose chess. Not just my chess and playing skills, but like my whole life. And so it's very hard. I take losses very, very hard.
It seems to be something about chess with, you know, losses, even having you question your life choices. And we do have a result. Pragnananda, he does lose the first game in the final in Chessable Masters to Ding Liren. A great start for Ding. With the black pieces, he is now up by 1 point in the first match, and a great game by Ding. Let's take a look at it, David.
A great game by Ding, and it's so hard to even choose a highlight because actually Ding's performance was so smooth, and Prag didn't make any blunders. Prag didn't make any big mistakes. It was just a series of small inaccuracies that cost him. And in this position, I just want to show you guys again an action replay of how Ding secured the win, secured the victory. And it was all to do with these pawns, this nice pawn chain. Here, black decided to break through. This was the right moment. He pushed forward with his own pawn, and after a capture, he decided to remove one of the potential defenders against this pawn. He traded a set of rooks, and now, remember, it's all about the promotion square. When you're pushing pawns, if you can control the promotion square, you will win the game. And that's why he played knight takes pawn. Now this is a killer threat, pushing the pawn forward and promoting it. And again, this one trick by Pragg, so clever, so sneaky. This is why Pragg is one of the best players in the world already. He lifted his rook up the board, hoping to meet this pawn push with a rook sacrifice, tricking away the black queen, as we showed. Queen moving would result actually in a draw instantly, but Ding spotted this, and Ding secured the win in this position by just going on the defensive, mixing attack with defense. That was Ding's recipe for success here, and as we saw, this pawn actually cost white the knight, and Ding took that to victory.
And now Praggnanandhaa has to make a comeback. 3 games to go in the first match, the second one starting in about 13 minutes. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes e4, the d takes e5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
So we just race to the line. Yeah. I'm definitely going to crash. Set, go!
When someone asks me how my chess game is going,
sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Welcome back to Chessable Masters. It is the big final, and shortly game 2 will start. Praggnanandhaa lost the first one. Ding is in the lead, but now we're joined by another Grandmaster, Levon Aronian from Barcelona, actually. Hi, Levon. It's nice to see you again. Can you hear me, Levon?
Oh, hi, guys.
Hi. So, what's happening in Barcelona?
I'm recording a secret course for Chessable, and I'm extremely excited because I think it's going to be great stuff.
Oh, wow, that is very exciting news. Can you tell us anything about it? What will it be about?
Well, it's a secret course, but it's going to be very educational, and I think it's going to be very fun.
Okay, so I think the whole world now will be very excited to see that come out sometime soon. Levon, we're excited to see you again as well. Candidates will be happening in a few weeks. We have Ding here in the Chessable Masters final. You were close to making it, actually. How disappointed were you when you weren't able to qualify?
Yeah, well, it's difficult. Of course, it's painful not to be in the candidates, but it's always a hard thing, you know. It's not something that. So I tried hard. I trained a lot, but it didn't happen. So I will try next time. I don't lose my hope, and I work very hard for it. And as you see, I became #1 in the Blitz in the world. So there is some progress.
Well, absolutely. I'm so excited to hear that you keep fighting as well. Levon, what is on your plan the coming months in terms of playing tournaments?
I decided to take a little break, you know, just to work on my play because, you know, there were many tournaments in a row. So my next one is going to be probably some online events and then the Olympiad.
Fantastic. Playing for the US then in the Olympiad this year.
Yes.
What will that be
very
like?
Strong team.
Because I guess that will be your first
Fabi,
team event.
with Wesley, with Lanier.
That sounds like a very strong team. What will be your ambition with the US team? Are you aiming to win the whole thing?
Well, I've won the Olympiad 3 times. And, you know, I just love doing it. So I look forward to do it again with a team of such strong players. So it's going to be interesting.
Oh, definitely. And working on your Chessable course now then, saying that you're having a little bit of a break, are you also then in a period where you are working on openings, working on some different stuff in your chess game?
Yes, more working on psychology, you know, philosophy,
cool,
so to say.
That sounds very nice. Now, finally, Levon, I want to ask you about Ding playing in the final here and in the candidates in a few weeks. What do you expect from him? Do you hold him as maybe one of the favorites playing the candidates?
Here he's playing very well, the online event, but I think he's been out of practice a lot. You know, he hasn't played for 2 years. I don't really count the games he played in China as, you know, kind of, practice. So it will be difficult for him. I don't see him as a favorite, but, you know, he's a very strong player. Everything can happen.
Sounds good. Levon, thank you so much for joining us from Barcelona. Hope you enjoy yourself and really looking forward to that Chessable course.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it too.
Fantastic.
Thank you
so much, Levon. It was nice to see you again. And we did talk about Ding Liren. He is now ready for the candidates as 1 out of 8 players. He did get that final spot after Kaja was kicked out by FIDE because of his comments on the war in Ukraine. And he did get that spot because he is the highest ranked player in the world after Magnus Carlsen. But to get qualified, he had to play 30 classical games in between May 2021 and May 2022. He only had 4 games. So within 1 month, Ding played 28 games of chess. He is now ready. And let's hear what Ding said about that marathon of chess games.
Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, I think I played my best chess in this period of time. Although my opponents, the rating are 200 points below me, but to beat them and to maintain the rating, even increase it, the rating is not so easy, I think. But finally, yeah, I think I played very well, especially after a long times of lockdowns. So I didn't play many over-the-board tournaments, so the results was a surprise for me, actually. I'm applying for visa and buying the tickets now, but it's not 100% sure, since if Karagin he apply to the CS, then I may lose the spot.
He's bought his tickets, Ding Liren, for the candidates starting June 16, and being joined by Heidi, who is working in the Norwegian broadcast for all the World Championship matches. I want to ask you, Heidi, who do you think the Norwegians, or who do you as a Norwegian hope wins the candidates?
I think a lot of people in Norway hopes for Ferusha.
Okay.
Because, and I think that has to do with Magnus saying that he would only play the World Championship if one of the younger players would challenge him. And Alireza Ferusha is the only one who's like different generation, a younger generation. So, yeah, I think people are hoping for him.
And Magnus has, of course, been hinting, will he play, will he not play? What do you think about it? Are you nervous that he will just give away his throne?
I'm actually, in the beginning, I thought he wouldn't do it. But the more as time has gone by, I actually think that he really does not want to play. But it must be such a hard decision to make as well, because I think that all the time, I understand that the World Championship is really difficult because you can't lose. It's so important not to lose. And Magnus has said that he likes to play tournaments where there's loads of or many players in, and you have to sort of win to win the tournament, not just like try not to lose and just win one game. But then at the same time, he has this huge team around him, and he spends so much time working towards the World Championship that he benefits from that in all the other tournaments he plays as well.
Yeah.
So I think I feel a bit sorry for him, because I think if he doesn't play, it might hurt him quite a lot, actually, both as a chess player and his image as like the world champion.
Yeah, and of course, it created a huge chess boom in Norway when he played his first World Championship match. That was much thanks to NRK and the TV show you made for it. How much would it affect the interest, do you think, if Magnus just gives away and doesn't play the World Championship match? Do you think Norwegians would still love chess?
I think a lot of people have been hooked on playing themselves, I think a lot of people would still play, but I don't think that many people would watch as they do now, because Norwegians, they love it when another Norwegian does well, because we're so few people, so when someone is actually up there and do well in the world, then everyone wants to watch it.
Yeah. Oof. It's going to be a little bit nervous whenever Magnus decides. Do we know anything? Is there any news on when that will happen, David?
I don't think there's news. Magnus, though, he's going to be watching the candidates like a hawk. He's going to be watching every game, firstly because he loves chess, but he will be interested in finding out his opponent. And I think only after the candidates tournament, so maybe in mid-July onwards, then he'll start thinking about the decision. He'll probably try and leave it as late as possible.
But I think he should have chosen before, because also for the players who play the candidates, it's different if you play to be number 1 or 2, or if you play just to be number 1. So if Magnus is not playing, then most probably the number 1 and number 2 in the tournament are gonna play each other. And if they, let's say if you might be number 1 or you might be number 2, then you might in the last game maybe you just do everything to win, while you could have just saved it and then become like a safe number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's going to be hard for the players and the candidates. They don't know whether they'll play for a title or not, or play against Magnus or not. Yeah, it's a big psychological factor at the back of their mind.
That's true. Well, Ding is now getting ready for something that is also very important. Game 2 with the white pieces in this one against Prag. He is up by 1 point. And do you think Ding would be someone that Magnus would be excited to face in a World Championship match, being world number 2? It would be a tough match, no doubt.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. And I also think Ding has a good chance in the candidates, because he's like a dark horse, and so he doesn't have the same pressure as all the other players might have in the tournament.
Yeah. And pressure is on for Pragnananda in this one. Black pieces, he's down by 1 point. Here we go.
Here we go, and it's the English opening. So Ding not opening with his favoured queen's pawn. We see the 4 knights variation now of the English, and a set of trades in the middle of the board. Black's knight going back, white's now going to castle his king. This is known as the reverse dragon variation, because white's formation, if you look at the white king, the white bishop in front of it, that's a formation you normally see in the dragon Sicilian. Here it's basically the same opening, just colours reversed. And Ding chooses to develop both of his bishops on the longest possible diagonals, fianchettoing his bishops.
Good opening choice, you think, here, Jovanka?
Yeah, I think it's a great opening choice. And he's been quite successful in this tournament using the English variation. And, of course, it's like a reverse Sicilian with a tempo up. And the big plan is just simply to get those rook on the open line and start utilising the c5 square.
Yeah, so we'll see this happen at some point in the near future, but Pragg first needs to decide how to develop his pieces. Same as the last game in a way. Both sides just need to bring their pieces to good squares, connect the rooks, start taking control. And, OK, Ding slightly shook his head. I'm slightly surprised there because it's just a normal position. Why shake your head in the opening? Maybe just surprised by this opening variation. And, yeah, I've seen him win actually several games in this type of structure. I'm not sure this exact position, but at least this type of structure, Ding Liren. Meanwhile, Pragg maybe slightly less experienced here than his opponent.
Yeah.
The Sicilian is really like one of the most, is one of the most normal openings to play with black. But why do we see the English so seldom as white?
Yeah.
Which is like the same, but just opposite colour.
You're right there. I've always asked myself that question. So just to show this point as well, the Sicilian is after 1 e4. Black meets it by pushing his c-pawn 2 squares forward. And we've seen in the tour, actually, it scored very well for black, some of these Sicilians. But yeah, why not play the same opening just with 1 extra move? So white does the same, pushing the c-pawn forward. And as we saw Pragg do, basically after this central pawn, white has the Sicilian with colours reversed, just 1 extra move. So you're right, Heidi. I mean, we've seen on the tour, though, this season, the English has become extremely popular. Maybe it's just a trend in the last year or two, but in the past, very rare you see the English opening at the top level. Normally, it's always 1 e4 or 1 d4. And if we fast forward to the current position, I think it's because in the Sicilian, the reason it's popular now, in the Sicilian, often the opponent's king, here the black king, would actually castle on the other side of the board, and we'd see kind of both sides, kind of both kings on opposite flanks, lots of attacks, throwing pawns forward. Here, because black has 1 less move, black's king has to go on the short side, so we have same side castling, as we call it, so it's more positional, strategic play. I guess, yeah, maybe just players in the past, they were impatient, they wanted to go direct, pushing one of these pawns forward in the beginning of the game. Now, players, because the level of everyone is so good, sometimes you have to be patient, you have to be happy to maneuver and take things slow. And I love openings where you kind of keep your 2 pawns, central pawns, nice and flexible, personally.
And interesting point. And whilst the players are thinking about what decisions they're going to take, well, I just wanted to say we have 2 competitions going on. We have the selfie challenge and we have our quiz of the day. And I'll start off with our selfie challenge because you guys have been awesome in sending us loads and loads of pictures. And Moki says, "Move, I am watching the game." That's good. And
nice.
yes, very, very nice. And OK, the light squared bishop develops itself. Yeah. Can I show quickly one selfie from Elmer Johnson? And it says, "Here's a nice selfie. Thanks for the Najdorf Sicilian. Just curious, is the Fort Knox variation a good defence?" I've heard it's very solid, but who's there in the selfie? David.
It took me a while to recognise myself there. Is that outside the good night? Is that...
Or is this on the subway? I remember you met someone on the subway and took...
Yeah, I've been...
remind me of that picture.
Not to be big-headed, but I have been recognised a few times, so I'm not sure which time that was. I'm wearing a bag.
Yeah.
Elmer, you have to let me know where that was. When that was.
Tweet us, where did you meet David?
Yeah.
And
yeah. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I love getting those kind of selfies, especially if you manage to stump David. And in the meantime, let's go back to the game. You found we remembered.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't see the picture very large there, just a small image. And it was the day before May 17th. So it's on May 16th, I was stocking up on supplies for the party.
Aha! Very cool. We do have a move, and after you told us about that, we're going to head down to Simon at the Good Night to see what's going on.
Yeah, so just a very kind of solid, stable move there. White stepping a pawn forward. I think Ding was slightly afraid that Pragnananda would have pushed the black pawn in the middle of the board down into the white camp, hitting one of the white knights. So he's just marking out his territory there. Just a very solid, stable move.
All right. Well, Ding is playing super fast with the white pieces in this game. Let's go down to Simon at the Good Night. I bet some good openings are being played there tonight as well, Simon.
I'm not sure about good openings. Maybe some drunken openings are getting played here. I'm having a really tough day's work here. Ha 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 ha. But anyway, you can see there's lots of people playing. It's getting really busy here. It's great to see such a lovely environment where you can just come, have a beer, play some chess. And we're just going to go and have a very quick word now with the owner, one of the owners of the Good Night. So let's go and say hello to Christopher. Hello, Christopher. How are you doing today? You doing well?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Great. And who would you like to win this match? We saw that Ding won the first game. Are you rooting for Ding or for the young Prag?
It's really hard. I mean, I kind of have sympathy for Prag, especially since it's like in rapid rating in FIDE, he's approximately the same rating as I am, which is concerning.
I mean, so you're a super grandmaster?
Yeah. No, but he hasn't played FIDE-rated rapid games in 2 or 3 years.
He has a very low rating, doesn't he? And you also told me something quite interesting. We were talking about openings today in the studio, and you told me that one of your favourite openings is the same as someone on the panel. And tell us what your favourite opening is.
Bird is the word. And yeah, I was very happy when Magnus played it earlier this tournament. He hasn't done it in 5 years. So that was great. And I know Heidi is quite a fan of the opening as well.
Brilliant. I actually like the bird as well, but I have to say it's a rubbish opening. So sorry about that, Christopher, and sorry about that, Heidi. Maybe we should go back to the studio and see if Heidi agrees with my assessment of the bird.
Ah, very interesting. And well, Heidi, is it about the birds opening or is it about birds? Because you have a TV show about birds.
Yeah, I love birds as well, but I actually used to play the birds opening before. Some years ago, but then I started training with the Norwegian grandmaster, and he said that I couldn't play it. I had to play something different because you have to learn proper chess openings to be a good chess player.
And then when you come at Magnus level, then you can start playing the bird, maybe.
Yeah, but I actually play against Christopher. We're in the same club, and we have agreed that if we meet each other, we're going to play the bird.
Aha! Very cool. The bird opening, we've seen it once in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Magnus played it. And we don't have a bird in this one. We do have good chess moves.
Yep, good chess moves and white just pushing pawns. I want to say as well, with the bird, you do avoid the French defense, Heidi.
Yeah, that's true.
But meanwhile, in this English opening, we do see white marking out the territory. The reason I find these positions so difficult to play with white is because you always have to play these kind of small pawn pushes. Ding with his last move, pushing this pawn forward 1 square. It's as if you've only pushed your pawns forward 1 square. You're just kind of playing on the first 3 ranks, first 3 rows. But if we think strategically in this type of opening, this actually long-term is quite good for white, because if you look in the centre of the board, white has 2 pawns and the kind of E and D lines, black only has 1. And as Jovanka mentioned earlier, this kind of semi-open C-file means that you can later manoeuvre your knight around. For example, okay, Prag there, just getting the rooks nice and centralised. Black's pieces look great, by the way, but if white takes a step back and, say, black doesn't do too much, and then takes a step forward with his knight, this is the key square. And actually, Ding chooses to advance in the current position. He pushes this pawn forward. It's all about trying to get the white knight to this square later, maybe either this route or this route. And if you can get it there, often you will make black's pieces feel very uncomfortable. It's as if you're just kind of on the 3rd rank, then inching forward to the 4th rank, inching forward again to the 5th rank. And there is a small threat in the position of pushing this pawn even further forward, kicking away this black knight. For example, again, if black is too slow, then once the black knight moves now, maybe you can grab a pawn in the centre of the board, hitting the black queen. So I'm expecting, in the current position, black to either prevent this pawn push by pushing a pawn of his own, just kind of covering the square, or black can just ignore this pawn push and, for example, retreat a bishop just to defend his central pawn. Another typical idea in this line, I think we might well see it happen over the next couple of moves, is the black knight jumping into the centre. In a way, white is so solid. White, okay, the black bishop did go back. White is so solid that black has to create some action. Black has to do something before white's pieces come out, before the white queen comes out, the white rook gets better. Black's pieces are pretty much perfectly placed, so jumping into the centre with the knight makes a lot of sense. And if we see a trade, black is very happy in these types of positions, because suddenly black's rook gains an open line. I mean, it's very balanced at the moment. Both sides have chances, but far, far from a boring position. It's full of potential.
Yeah, I totally agree with that assessment there. It's brewing up to be a real dogfight. And, well, whilst the players are thinking, then, well, we also have a quiz of the day where we're asking what is your opening nightmare? And how many of these are familiar to you both? And Hongwe Ralto says fighting against the Geller system in the pack, which is an aggressive system, is worse than watching the movie Cats. Ooh.
Hates the movie Cats, apparently.
Yeah, he doesn't like the Cats. I thought it was, I don't think I've actually ever seen it, but the songs and the music all very good. I like them. John Hickman says that their opening nightmare is when they're preparing and they see that their opponent plays the same openings and they know all their tricks. Has that one ever happened? That actually happened to me when I was preparing against David. And I was like, oh my goodness, I have actually sent him analysis as well. I was like, he won't use it. I am pretty sure he won't use it, but will he play that opening? And then we'll be like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, when I was young, I think that's the thing that inspired me to broaden my repertoire to learn new openings, because I used to play the same thing every single time, and occasionally I would meet someone who knows exactly the same openings, exactly the same tricks that I do. So I decided, you know, if you can't beat them, you know, you might as well expand your opening repertoire, and I think that's why I kind of decided, yeah, it's I need to know more.
That was quite good about playing the bird, because whenever people were preparing against me, they would be like, okay, she either plays f4, which is bird, or e4, and they would be like, I know a lot of things against e4, so I'd just prepare against f4. But I didn't normally play f4 anymore, I normally play d4.
Are you switched?
Yeah.
Oh, sneaky.
Send them in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Very good.
That is a cool thing about chess tournaments, chess games. It starts long before the first move, right? With all the opening prep. It's such a long-lasting sport.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, having the first move is like having the serve.
Yeah.
And I do remember when I was preparing for Fabiano Caruana in a big tournament, I was round one, so the weaker players play the top players. And I looked at his repertoire and I was like, he plays everything. What can I do to prepare against this? And so I just had a look at his previous games, and he'd been playing the king's pawn opening. He'd just been pushing his king pawn. And I was like, okay, he's going to do that. So I prepared all morning on my trusted Caro-Kann. And I turn up, guess what he plays? He plays exactly the first move that we saw Ding play against the Pragnananda, the queen's pawn. And I felt like going to him, well, there you go. I might as well put all my preparation to one side and freestyle it. But obviously you can't say that to your opponent.
Yeah, and for example, recently I played a match against Niels Grandelius, and we know each other very, very well. I spent months and months playing online games and openings I would never play against him in the match, just so that he would prepare the wrong openings. And I think I must have entered dozens of tournaments which I knew would end up on the database, where I only played really aggressive lines. And then against him, I played the quietest, most boring lines ever. So, yeah, it's just misdirection.
And was he put in the wrong direction? Did you talk to him about it afterwards? Could you see by his play?
In my white games, yes, but he correctly predicted my bluff when I had black, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
So it was pretty obvious, I think, that I was bluffing with my black openings. I would never dare to play aggressively as black. So. But with white, when I had white, at least, he was surprised every time, I think.
Wow. But that is very interesting when we see this match, right? Ding, playing candidates in 2-3 weeks. Is he bluffing with his openings here?
It's very interesting. I think the English opening, it's on lots of people's radar nowadays, and the English is so flexible that he's going to potentially save it up for the candidates. But something that Magnus Carlsen said as well, if Ding doesn't play any of his normal openings, if he only plays other stuff, people will know he's bluffing. People will know he's just trying to send them in the wrong direction. Sometimes you have to mix it up. Sometimes you play what you want to do. Sometimes you throw in a few rare things, and then you kind of keep them, you make them unsure. You don't want to just focus in one direction, because then it's obvious that you're not going to do that. You're going, yeah, so I think he's playing some of his normal openings, some surprises. He's trying to mix things.
But I was going to say something about Ding. He hasn't had that much time to prepare for the candidates, you know, because first he had to play this marathon month, and then it was unclear whether he would actually get to the thing. And it's finally clear now. He's got his visa.
I actually don't know. He is booking his tickets and getting his visa. That is what Ding is saying. He is invited by FIDE. He is qualified. He's ready. And I don't think COVID restrictions is in the way for him this time. So it should work out.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Karyakin has appealed, hasn't it? Isn't that if his appeal is approved, then Karyakin can play still?
But I think it was.
His appeal to FIDE was rejected,
Yeah.
but I think he can appeal to the courts.
Yeah.
In Switzerland.
Yeah, in Switzerland, the courts of sports of arbitration. Or
Yeah, some French, is it?
Yeah. Either way, I mean, it's unlikely that that decision would go through in time. I mean, the candidate starts in 3 weeks now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it does look like it will be Ding.
The drama of the candidates, and he is a well-deserved participant in the candidates. He didn't get to play any of the qualification tournaments, did he?
No.
Grand Prix, World
play
Cup?
Grand Prix, Grand Swiss, World Cup, nothing. I think since the previous candidates, until this last month, he pretty much played nothing, only a handful of games. So, yeah, I guess in one sense you could argue that he had the whole pandemic to prepare his openings, to study chess, to study his openings. But, yeah, until last month at least, he was very rusty. I think he's more than made up for that now.
Definitely. And we can kind of say the candidates already started. We are taking a look at openings. Ding is one of the players, and a bunch of moves.
Bunch of moves and a really interesting decision. Quite a rare decision from Ding Liren. If we just jump in and rewind, actually, just a couple of moments. Here, Pragnananda decided to push his pawn forward, really trying to make Ding kind of force him into a decision that he doesn't want to take yet. This pawn is under threat now from the black pawn, and usually as soon as kind of a wing pawn challenges you, you don't want to capture it away from the center, you don't want to ruin your pawn chain, and normally you bypass this by pushing your own pawn forward. Also, you kick away this black knight from its nice post, but as mentioned, this would allow the black knight to jump in, gaining a bit of time in the process, and now, if you don't take this black knight off the board, then this white pawn is actually a bit weak. Therefore, Ding decided, okay, I'm going to ruin my own pawn structure, I'm actually going to capture here, and white now has an isolated pawn. In an endgame, this is going to be weak, but on the bright side, black's knight is temporarily on the edge of the board. So it's kind of pros and cons. You've lost the integrity of your pawn structure, but you've worsened your opponent's pieces. And now Ding retreating with the white knight. This has been met by Pragnananda. Nice, safe move. I love this type of move in rapid chess, especially because now you know you'll never get checkmated on the back rank. Your king has some breathing space. Maybe the light squared bishop can hide back here as well, if necessary. What do you think here, Jovanka, Heidi, about the placement of the knights? I mean, it looks a bit weird, these two black knights, but you can't kick them away. They control some squares.
You can't control this. I agree with that. And one thing that is slightly worrying, I feel, for Ding is that, you know, that pawn on A3, it's kind of weak. It's by itself, it's got no friends. And my experience when I was playing this against the Sicilian is that I always lost on that side of the board on the left. You know, I always made a mistake there, and you know something happened, and whatever I generated in the middle, there wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's hard for white here. It's hard for Ding to generate anything in the middle because black is just really well centralized. If white ever pushes a pawn in the center of the board, it's only going to backfire. So Ding is a bit stuck. I mean, I would be looking at moves such as the one you mentioned earlier, Jovanka, just jumping in with the knight, maybe to this square. For example, if black just waits, say he drops his bishop back, this knight jump would at least persuade black to part with the bishop for the knight, and suddenly white's pieces really come to life, hitting the knight now. This bishop is opened up. This would look good, but I guess black does have one move, and I mean, maybe black can stop this. I'm not really sure how. Maybe the black queen would get active, hitting this bishop. Maybe this is the one downside to the white knight moving away. Okay, when in doubt, that's the motto nowadays. Push, harry the h-pawn. It literally does nothing, but it's a nice move. And again, maybe giving the white king some breathing space later. Maybe you're going to clamp down, push your pawn further forward, gain some space. It's just mysterious.
Wow. Well, is it sensible when you look at the clock's time? Ding had been playing really fast, and then he was about to tick down to Pragnananda's clock as well to just keep his time advantage and think on Prag's time now?
Yeah, I think it's good that he made a decision. I'm not sure it's the best decision. I think maybe he had to be a bit more direct and improve the white pieces. But yeah, I mean, in rapid chess, I think this is a decent move, a decent choice. And also, it's going to confuse Prag. You can see on Prag's face a minute ago, he was, what's the idea behind that one?
I'm baffled as well. I don't get it.
But the evaluation is one pawn up to Prag.
Yeah, It's surprising it's that far. I guess maybe it's because white's pawn that Jovanka highlighted is so weak that eventually it might drop off the board.
Also, black's pieces, they do look much more active than white's pieces. Again, I don't think there's anything direct or winning here for black, but +1 for black, +1 for Pragnananda, that's a positive sign. This is the type of advantage, though, that could disappear in the space of one move. It's not kind of an eternal +1 for black. It's not a long-term +1. It's kind of, for the next few moves, maybe, black is on top.
Well, he has to make a comeback, Prag. He did lose the first game. 3 rapid games left in the match. This is one of them. He has to win either this one or one of the 2 final games to tie the match.
I don't think Prag has ever been in a situation where he's had to make a comeback.
Maybe not.
I mean, I was thinking to the Oslo esports, he won everything in 3.
Yeah, that's true.
And he lost everything in 3.
Yeah.
It was a nice little pattern that he had going on there. Yeah. And yesterday, of course, he took the early lead against Anish Giri. So...
I guess in the Oslo Esports Cup, when he lost those matches in 3, he was always down after 2 games, almost in a must-win situation. Not quite must-win, but yeah, I guess any situation, match situation, he's definitely going to have less experience than Ding here. He just has to compensate for that with energy and kind of the trickiness that he showed throughout the tour. And meanwhile, black has made one move. He's brought his rook back to its starting square, so decentralizing the black rook, but the whole idea is that that white pawn on the A3 square, the Lone Ranger, is a target. In a way, it makes sense.
Yeah, but I think what you're talking about, like the mental game here, when you're down, because he's so young, he hasn't played. Well, he's played loads of games, but he hasn't been in all these situations as much as the older players. And I think Magnus, for example, is really, really good at the mental game and sort of coming back after he's lost something. But Pragnananda, we also saw that last time in Oslo Esport Cup, that he maybe, because the pressure was so high when he was leading into the last day, that maybe he has to work more on his mental game to sort of come back.
That's true.
But one thing I did notice with Pragnananda when we had our chess talks was that he was pretty chill. You know, he told me that when he got his grandmaster title, he didn't celebrate that much. He just, smiled when he beat his first. He just enjoyed. He just like, oh yeah, it was fun.
On to the next.
On to the next. Yeah. And I remember when he beat Magnus for the first time as well. He came on the show and he goes, yeah, but it wasn't my favourite game, Kaja. I prefer my game against Liren Aronian. Check that out.
Yeah, when he beat me when he was 12, I remember him shaking his head. I was like, wait, you just beat me. Why are you shaking your head? But yeah, maybe it's just, he's always looking for the next challenge. He's not satisfied.
Sign of a champion, maybe.
True sign of a champion.
Yeah. I have to say, my experience with Prag is only interviewing him, and it's just the biggest difference in those 3 months since he beat Magnus Carlsen in a game, and all the interviews we've done with him in tournaments leading up to this. He just seems 5 years older in the way he's answering. He's so much more comfortable, smile on his face, relaxing. Yeah. It's remarkable.
Yeah, well, he has had a lot of practice, because I do remember that he told me that when he defeated Magnus, the phone did not stop ringing for a week. And they had to come to some negotiation. They said, hey, we will answer your interviews, but you've got to stop doing this while I'm playing chess.
Yeah.
Have you ever had that, David?
Maybe not
with
to
all
that
your
extent.
world records.
When I was young, there was a lot. When I beat a grandmaster when I was 8 years old, I know my parents, they said they had to kind of send people away. They had to, there were too many requests to go on shows and things, but I was oblivious. I was 8 years old. I was busy playing with my toys in the back garden or kicking a football around. I had no idea. But I think it was only later when I realised it must have been intense for my family and must have been intense. I think I wouldn't have dealt with it that well in my teens. There was much less than Pragnananda, but there were a few moments when there was some interest, and I think I just wanted to hide away. I just wanted to focus on the chess, and I found it hard. But Prag's taking it in his stride, and he doesn't seem flustered, distracted at all. Look on the camera. He's just so focused on the board. Eyes just darting around, calculating. It doesn't get to him.
Yeah. I know there is a story with Magnus as well, when he started becoming an international name. 60 Minutes called his dad and said, we decided we're going to do a story on Magnus Carlsen. And his dad was like, okay, we're having dinner. Might call you back later. Yeah. maybe we'll do 60 Minutes, maybe not. So Magnus never been too interested in the media stuff. But I guess, again, sign of a true champion, right? They just, it's all about the chess and the sport.
Sorry.
It must be harder now, though, for the younger players when there's so much social media. It's kind of harder to hide away. I don't know how old you are, but I'm guessing when you were 8, there wasn't that much like.
Yeah, true.
It's easy to sort of protect the children.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's harder now to hide away from it all. And we know Praggnanandhaa, he's on Twitter. You know, Prime Minister is tweeting about him. The biggest superstars in India tweeting about him. Obviously, they notice it.
Yeah. I mean, all you need to do is log onto a computer. Pragg probably gets his names popping up all over the place. And yeah, it's hard to ignore. It's hard to minimize that, kind of close the apps, focus on studying chess, studying openings. That's what he has to do.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Praggnanandhaa, he's surrounded by a team, you know, so he does have someone on the social media side. So to some extent, he is protected from that, but it still is pretty intense, especially these days, you know, because you make a wrong decision somewhere here, there, and everywhere, and suddenly, you know, everyone has an opinion, everyone wants to have their say. And I think that's quite tough. And as David says, especially if you're a teenager and all you want to do, and this is when I spoke to Praggnanandhaa, all he wants to do is chess. Yeah. And I loved what he said to me about the exams. He goes, I just have to do some exams. Just get them over with. And I love the fact that, you know, he's playing great chess against Ding, and he's putting Ding under immense pressure in this particular position. And just think about it. He just did that exam in the morning.
It's incredible. And thinking for almost 3 minutes, he finally makes his move, David.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. That light squared bishop wasn't doing too much on its previous diagonal. It was just kind of staring down at some well-protected white pawns. So now this black bishop is pointing towards this queen side, towards the left flank, and it's controlling a lot of squares. My one concern is it did cost him a lot of time. He's under 4 minutes again. And as we saw in the last game, OK, Ding was great in the last game, but Pragg did slightly fall apart when he was low on the clock. And in previous events, up until the last couple of months, time trouble was by far his biggest weakness, Pragg. And he's handled it well this tournament so far, but this is the type of position with all the heavy pieces, all the minor pieces still on the board. Things could go wrong if you panic in time pressure. This is not the type of position either side can really control. Meanwhile, Ding is stuck on the first 3 ranks for White. White's just manoeuvring. The queen slides across 1 square. Again, very mysterious, not exactly clear where that queen is going. I think he just wants to keep her on a nice safe square. Maybe the white queen is tied down, actually defending that weak white pawn on the A line. And now Pragg re-centralizes, relocates his knight. This just looks beautiful for black, actually. Really nice harmony with the black pieces.
Yeah, I loved what he's doing. You know, he's saying, hey, the knight's not useful anymore on the edge. Knights on the rim are dim. And he's maybe going to really route it to the centre. And one of the ideas that David's highlighted. And just all the time posing questions to Ding. And I just, look at the piece. Ooh, look at this. Yeah. All the pieces are huddling together. I don't understand this move. Ooh.
I mean,
is he trying to break out? I mean, ooh. Don't get it.
I mean, they're nice and cozy, this little family just bunched up in a ball. It's as if they're, I mean, how many pieces? It's as if there's 6 people living in a 1-bedroom flat right now, these pieces. But yeah, I mean, it's so easy for black to improve his pieces too. I mean, for example, the black rook can come up the board. I'm not sure exactly where, maybe this square, and then the other rook can slide across, just trying to target this weak pawn. That looks like one plan. For example, Jovanka also mentioned the black knight jumping in at some point. You can jump into the center, but you do have to work out whether white can grab this pawn. So maybe you could just defend this pawn first with a rook, for example, and then jump in with your knight at some point. It feels like black can improve. This knight can jump to the center, this knight can jump to the center, and yeah, I'm somehow just attracted to going after white's biggest weakness, this pawn, and that means maybe just doubling up the rooks on the A file. So this just a very simple idea that I'm trying to get inside Pragg's head as well, and he just loves these kind of moves where he improves the kind of dynamism, the potential of his pieces. If you think about it, black's pieces, they're all kind of doing something. They're all actually on great squares, maybe apart from this rook, which is centralized, but staring at its own pieces. So improving that might be the first step. Yeah, white's pieces, though, they don't make a great impression, especially this rook. What's it doing there?
Yeah, I must admit, I didn't anticipate when we kind of looked at the opening that this would be the result. To me, a little bit of an opening nightmare.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Didn't quite work well. And, well, Praggnanandhaa going for your plan there, just choosing a different row for the rooks to line up on.
Yeah, actually, I like this one more. The black rook does have potential. It covers the whole 5th rank. It can't be attacked right now, that black rook, in a good way. The white pieces can't go over and kind of kick it. And yeah, again, it's just every move is costing Prag 1 to 2 minutes. Oh, I said that rook can't be kicked away, but we did see White's knight jump forward and a trade, and suddenly, okay, Ding gets up.
I was like, did he just resign? No, never see them leave the board.
But he's really happy, I think, with the change in pace, the change in developments in this game, and maybe we can just quickly show what happened there, because it was a quick flurry of moves, and meanwhile the moves keep coming thick and fast. If we rewind, the white knight jumped forward, attacking this black rook on the edge of the board, and okay, black decided, let's get rid of this knight, it's too strong. A trade of knights. Now we finally discover why those kind of family of pieces were huddling up. This rook suddenly opens up and attacks the black queen. So Prag maybe missing that he had to kind of take a time out, step his queen away, and the white knight now looking fantastic in the center of the board. White's pawns are still ugly, both of them isolated and targets long term, but temporarily, even after Prag's move, lining up his rook against his pawn. White has one good piece, and that's a good start for Ding. But he's away from the board. Yeah. Prag, I don't know if he's got the camera up. Maybe he saw Ding leave the board, and now Ding's lost nearly a minute on the clock. That could be really valuable, especially as we're about to enter a time scramble.
Mm-hmm. Wow, okay, he's back.
Yeah, and he would have had the arbiter's permission to leave.
Yeah.
For sure, you can't just dash off somewhere and then come back. And
yeah, definitely nothing suspicious going on there. Just
no, definitely
bathroom
not.
visit, maybe.
Yeah.
They are allowed to do that, but that did cost him a minute.
I mean, a minute, that's a quarter of his time pretty much before this move, and that's going to be really valuable. It's still full of life, this position.
Yeah, I was going to say things are just heating up, you know, because we have a big battle going on, because White's pieces are very active suddenly. Meanwhile, Black will be having all the long-term play, and he will be targeting those 2 weak pawns on the left.
Wow. Yeah. He looks very calm. The bar is roughly to the middle. Do you think, Heidi, that Ding is feeling that he is in trouble looking at this?
I'm not sure. I'm just well, I'm just surprised that he keeps on thinking even longer now that he's lost so much time just leaving the board. And I mean, there's not that much time left of the game, so I really do not understand why he got up and left.
Yeah, do you read your opponent's body language, Heidi, normally when you play against them? And if so, I mean, what would you say about the players here?
I think Pragnananda looks like he's fierce. He's like he's looking for something.
Yeah.
And Ding looks maybe a little bit more worried, but I'm not sure, because I thought he looked a bit more worried in the first game as well, but then he won. So because I actually play poker as well, and one of the things that I love about poker is trying to read body languages. But I must admit that Ding is a bit difficult for me to read.
Yeah, Ding always does look worried from my experience of playing him. And then he'll unleash a winning move. So.
Yeah.
So, OK, meanwhile, the black knight has gone to the edge of the board. If you look at the black knight on the edge and the black rook, I think they're just ganging up on a pawn, and Pragnananda does go 1 pawn up. That black rook now defended by its knight. White's queen under fire as well. Ding has to move his queen. Where does he move it to? White's compensation for the pawn he's just lost lies in the fact his pieces are so active suddenly. If you look at the white rooks, they were terrible just 4 or 5 moves ago. The white rooks have opened up, the white knight in the middle of the board, also the white bishops on decent diagonals. So 1 pawn down, but not the end of the world here for Ding. I think he's chosen a good kind of way to dynamically sacrifice a pawn. Sometimes you've got to do that. If you have weaknesses, let them go. Don't go passive defending them. Let those pawns drop, but get active pieces in return.
Oof, yeah, look at Ding. He is ticking down on the clock, moving his queen.
Yeah, centralizes his queen, great square. Jovanka calls this the Goldilocks square.
Yeah, it's the 3rd row. It means the queen can just go to the right, go to the left. She has the ability to travel across the board, and things are going wild. And so this is the perfect final to watch. And I just wanted to say a big shout out to Battersea Chess Club, who have entered our selfie competition, to say, look what we're watching. And get this, Battersea Chess Club is holding the world's first virtual chess club meeting, a watch party for the Chessable Masters final. Yeah. And so Simon, you might recognise someone in our space. Grab a beer and let's settle down to watch. And these two, Pragnananda and Ding, are providing the fireworks.
Yeah, and well, that's actually very interesting. First virtual chess club meeting, and I hear rumors you're known to this Battersea Chess Club, David.
I am. I've been there a few times. I've played some games there, played a simul, played a tournament. Yeah, shout out to Aldo, Leon, everyone there.
Yeah.
Battersea Chess Club.
But now they made a virtual chess club. How cool.
Yeah, I mean, they do some great work. They're really innovative with their events, supporting women's chess, supporting all sorts of chess in the community. So,
yeah,
great work.
Definitely.
We need more chess clubs just like them.
And we need more virtual meetups, right?
Definitely.
I mean, that's been an idea that I've had for a long time. You know, like a match like this, just have everyone kind of getting together, talking, sharing their thoughts.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, we've seen the dark square bishops leave the board, and a big threat in the air for Pragnananda to deal with.
Or maybe we can keep an eye on the players, but a huge threat. Pragnananda has to deal with this check. This check, if he'd been careless here, would have allowed a nasty fork on the queen, but also the king. The knight protected by her queen, so this would have been winning for Ding Liren. Prag defended it by bringing his knight back in this position. The black knight now covering this key square, but suddenly it feels like everything's a bit loose for black. This black queen is placed on a bad square. This black rook suddenly is loose, doesn't have any protectors. It's not quite trapped at first. I thought, oh, maybe you could step back with the knight and trap this rook, but there's only one safe square. It is enough, however. The rook can centralize itself. It's just very tense. White is a pawn down, as we mentioned, but look at every white piece. This white queen better than the black queen. It's got great vision down this diagonal. The two white rooks probably better than the black rooks right now. And okay, this rook is almost trapped. Prag has to be really careful now. The bishop might come back and try to trap it. Prag, though, reacts by pushing his central pawn, firstly blocking this bishop, but also creating a square for the black knight. I like this last move by Prag, I must say. Multi-purpose move. This knight, the black knight, if it gets there later, it will be on a dream square.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a dream square. But yeah, the heat is on, isn't it?
What do you think? What will be the result in this game?
It's wild, Kaja. This is so crazy because, you know, David's pointed out some amazing plans for Pragnananda. But yeah, Ding is potentially going to be attacking the white rook. Will it escape? It's only got one hidey hole.
There we go, the black rook under fire now from that bishop. As Jovanka mentions, it doesn't have too many safe squares. Actually, I'm trying to find a way to trap it now. The black rook, the only safe square I can see is it for it to come down 2 squares. There we go, to the second rank. If the white queen attacks it, then maybe it can go back up the board. That black rook is playing with fire. It's living a charmed life right now. It's all a bit loose, though, for both sides. That white knight in the centre of the board suddenly not as safe as it previously was. This is a 3-result game. Anything's definitely possible, and it's going to be about, I mean, it feels like a blunder's incoming from one side. It's just going to be about who can hold their nerves. Now they're both around the 1-minute mark. Prag, you know, he's got that energy going, the youthful energy that we see, just getting the adrenaline pumping.
I'm getting nervous, David. I don't know about you, because it's such a crazily complicated position.
And it's going to be so dramatic for Prag if he blunders in this position, and if he loses, then he's going to be in must-win situation in both of the 2 final games. How does he usually do, David, and what has it been like in this tournament when he is so low on the clock?
Prag has been great, actually, when he's been low on the clock in this tournament. We've seen several occasions where he's actually losing or a big disadvantage, and he's been saving the games despite having 30 seconds on the clock. So I think that was his weakness last year when he played Prag, but that's where he's improved a lot. Much quicker now, much more tenacious despite the clock times. And to be honest, I would rather be in a situation like this, both players low on the clock, with 1 extra pawn. And Prag does have that 1 extra pawn. So even if things go wrong for him, the margin for error for Prag is slightly higher. If Ding makes a mistake, however, he'll be a pawn down and no compensation. If Prag makes a mistake, maybe he'll just lose the pawn back and it will be a drawish position. Meanwhile, a trade of rooks has just happened. So black survived. His rook did not get trapped. And still 1 pawn down for Ding, but he's pushing and Alice, the A-pawn, up the board. I'm slightly concerned about the white king, but at the moment the white king is defended very well by its bishop.
Yeah, I also had a little bit of a panic when I saw the white king all by itself, but it's all good. But definitely some pressing issues for the youngster to solve, and he's just got 20 seconds on the clock, and Ding is going to be targeting those pawns on the left.
Yeah, just like the last game, it's 2 against 1 in terms of pawns. Those 2 black pawns against the 1 white pawn on the corner, but you can't really push the black pawn safely yet. Okay. Very logical move. The evaluation bar doesn't like it, but black's rook entering an open file.
Can't find any fault with that. And now, okay, offer of a bishop trade. That black bishop was actually creating some checkmating nets around the white king. The white king had no breathing space while that black bishop sits on the board. So trading it off looks decent, but now I just have a feeling it's going to be hard for Ding to win this game. Feels like Prag is the only one who can win. And he does indeed push one of his pawns. One thing that you've got to be really careful of doing in the current position, Ding with 1 minute now, just to show this, because it's one of the most common checkmating patterns out there in chess. After a trade of bishops now, this pawn creates another mating net, and the black queen is actually ready to pounce in and to this g2 square to checkmate the white king. So you've got to be really careful. I don't think Ding is going to rush with this exchange. If you capture, if you capture this bishop, if you take it off the board, you have to stop the queen coming in, for example, with your king on the side of the board. But yeah, you definitely don't want to allow this pawn to sit on this square. So, okay, instead of trading bishops, he just shuffles his rook across. These are the targets. Maybe Prag has to go defensive for one move. No, he doesn't go defensive. He brings his rook up the board. And I guess his idea is that if the white queen takes this pawn, then after a trade, we would just see black stay a pawn up in the endgame. It's not clear whether black's extra pawn is going to decide this one for a win, but he's going to try. Risk-free position, and we've gone for this exact line. So black has one extra pawn. It's just about whether he can push this for victory. Feels very close between a win and a draw somewhere now for Prag. No more risk for the Indian.
And Ding doing great things there, putting his rook behind the passed pawns. Rooks always belong behind passed pawns.
Yeah. So logical play from both sides. I like the fact Prag has taken all the risk out of the position, but maybe fewer winning chances here than there were when queens were still on the board. Less risk, but also less reward, potentially. Okay, he has to put his own rook on a passive square now, protecting his own pawn. It's just this tension between the bishops. Do you trade or do you not? And if you do, when? Because the white king is kind of caught in a box in the corner. Even if you trade bishops off, how is that white king ever going to get active? You can imagine the black king coming towards the center, and whoa, Ding pushes a pawn. He's trying to trick the black bishop. If the black bishop moves back and captures this pawn that's just moved, white's bishop can actually grab black's pawn in the center. So it does feel a bit loose there.
Surprising. Wasn't the move I expected, was it?
I did not see that one, I must admit. And now, okay, clever from Prag. The black rook now is defending the black pawn in the center of the board. So now there is a threat of black's bishop stepping back and taking the white pawn on the g4 square. Ding, okay, he suddenly put his head in his hands again. His normal situation, but he looks very, very nervous.
Yeah. Heidi, being a poker player, an expert in reading body languages, what do you read from these two players now?
Yeah, I find it really difficult to read Ding, but actually I think he seems a bit more confident now than what he did. But then he put his hand up, and that would make me think, like, maybe not you.
Oh, is that a sign with the hand?
I think so, a little bit.
Players always have their tells, right? Their ticks, their mannerisms. Okay, this white pawn, the white g-pawn, is it going to survive, though? If Pragnananda can win this white pawn on the g5 square and go 2 pawns up, he's going to win this game. It's just about whether that is sufficient. Oh, okay, now the black rook can go and grab this pawn. Yes, one of the black pawns is going to fall, but black's rook can now enter, give a check to the white king, come down the board, and win a second pawn. It's 3 versus 2 now in terms of pawns, but can Prag not just get greedy here?
I absolutely agree. Give a check to the king. Give it to it horizontally. Okay, king steps up.
Now,
take the pawn.
Big question, do you take the pawn or do you keep the white king kind of caught in a box? Do you push maybe black's g-pawn further forward? Oh, I mean, the white king, yes, you can take this pawn now. Okay, the computer here, Stockfish, does suggest 3 moves, and the top 2 moves are not actually being greedy now and taking this white pawn next to the black rook.
Aha.
Okay, Pragnananda doesn't go for one of the top 3 moves, but he doesn't take the pawn, so he's not being greedy, he's keeping the white king sidelined, though. The white king is cut off from the action. This one is so hard to call. Again, I don't know whether objectively it's winning or not, or whether it might be a draw. White's rook now is coming. It wants to go behind the black f-pawn, and, okay, temporarily at least, Prag is 2 pawns up.
Ding has been able to build up his clock, but for Prag it's still very dramatic on the clocks. But the bar keeps liking it for Prag.
Yeah.
There must be something here.
It must be winning, surely. 2 pawns up in a rook endgame.
But
the question is, what next?
The black rook is really passive now, and it's tied eternally to the defense of the f3 pawn. And is this
Yeah.
is this going to be a real hindrance to black? And I think it is, actually, because white's rook, very active, and it gives a check.
Yeah, so in a way, white is just going to check, just annoy the black king. In a way, white is just going to wait with the white rook somewhere. But the black rook, how can it ever move without giving up the pawn next to the white king? Yeah, the black rook, you're right, Jovanka, it is a bit stuck.
I mean,
and if that black pawn does disappear, if it's 2 versus 1, it should still be a draw, some winning chances. But objectively, with correct play, it should be a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just about whether black can activate his rook and keep his third pawn.
The other option that I see for black is actually to try to advance his own pawns and try to make sure that the lone ranger there on f3 gets some company.
Yeah, and you can do that with baby steps. Here, black's just going to push one of his pawns, I feel, and one of the 2 pawns that hasn't moved yet. Push it 1 square, 2 squares, 1 square. Keep those pawns nice and safe. Then you bring the king down, then you push the other pawn, then you push kind of step by step.
Caterpillar is what I call it.
Caterpillar.
Yeah.
Because the king is so important in the end game. People say it's worth 3 or 4 points. Even, so yeah, it's important to get it into the middle.
Yeah, especially, I mean, the more pieces that disappear, the more kings kind of can play their role.
Oh, it seems so scary, though. I always think it seems so scary.
Yeah, it does, but here comes the king. The good thing is white will never checkmate the black king because white only has the rook. You need at least 2 or 3 pieces to checkmate. So the black king can happily wander into the center of the board.
So Ding is happy with the draw now.
Ding would. I mean, he's on his knees begging for the draw at the moment. But Pragnananda won't give it to him easily. It's just about whether the black king or the black pawns can advance. The black rook at the bottom of the board and the pawn near it, they are stuck for now.
Do you think another baby step will happen?
Possibly. If the white rook is going to give some annoying checks to the black king. That's the problem right now. How is Prag going to win this one? If Prag tries to sprint forward and try to go for a queen, if the black f pawn pushes down 1 square away from promotion, the white king is going to come back and kind of track it. So the black king running back to safety. Kaja, you're right. The black king was just a bit too scared of the open there.
Yeah. Is this a game where we have to keep track of last pawn to move, last piece to be captured, or is that not an issue yet?
Not yet. So the last pawn move was on, let me check, move 50. So we've made 6 moves only without a pawn move or without a capture. There is a 50 move rule, but long way yet. It does feel like Pragnananda at some point, maybe now, can start pushing his other 2 pawns. Black has 2 pawns in reserve.
And look at the bar after Ding moves his king.
Yeah, I think the white king was quite good there because it was kind of blocking the black king from ever coming forward, stopping the black pawns from moving.
Okay.
Here they come.
Here it comes, and I agree with you there, David, that white king should not have moved. It should have been the white rook that was doing the heavy lifting. And, okay, I mean, is there a... The white king now has to step forward, right?
Possibly. Black's king actually can kind of use its own pawns as shelter. The black king might come round the H file, it might come round the other way, while the white rook, okay, here it goes first, but it's going to hide behind its own pawns.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go. Prag is going to hide his king, surely on the G5 square, opposite the white king. Oh no, it comes to the center. Oh, that's so clever, because now we have to show this trick. I thought this route, look at Ding shaking his head. I thought this route was just blocked off, the black king coming in now to win this white pawn. I thought it was impossible because white's rook can go and win the black pawn, but Prag had spotted that he can skewer now the king to the white rook, and he wins the white rook, and Prag is going to take this game. If white's rook cannot go and grab this pawn, there's nothing you can do. The black king's just coming in. Even if you cut it off, even if you cut off the king's advance, then now the black pawn is just going to step forward and protect its buddy here. And once this pawn is protected, the black rook is free. Prag, perfect technique. He's going to win now.
Wow, making a comeback in the match after losing the first game. How impressive by the 16-year-old. The bar now saying 7 advantage.
And it looks like Ding has resigned.
It's over. And now, Heidi, maybe it's possible to read Ding's body language.
Yeah, he does not seem too happy right now. And Pragnananda, you could see he had like this sigh. Yeah. It looked like he was very happy about this.
Yeah, he has made a comeback, the 16-year-old. They are now tied after 2 games. Ding Liren and Pragnananda, both of them winning with the black pieces. And what a performance, Prag in this game. Both of the players still sitting by the computers, looking over this. And the question is, where is that big moment when Prague did get the win he needed? Let's take a look at it, David.
Yeah, I mean, he did all the hard work in the middle game. He won a pawn. He actually ended up winning a second pawn in the endgame, but I just want to go through the final stages because just the way he did it was so calm. A lot of us would have rushed earlier. We might have pushed our pawns forward too far forward, and actually they would be big targets for the white rook. But he used his pawns as shelter for the black king, and here, because black's rook, as we mentioned, is actually paralysed defending this pawn, he realised it was all about using this black king, and by leaping forward and actually running to the centre of the board, rather than hiding away now where the king is nice and safe, but you block your own pawns, this was the killer blow. This move actually forced resignation from Liren, and it's all because of this skewer. He's so tactically aware, even in endgames, he realised that rook takes pawn does walk into this nasty check, and no matter where the king goes, the black rook now snacks on its counterpart. And here it's resignable because the black king is simply coming in, and once this pawn is protected, the black rook is free to start checking the white king. Two extra pawns in a rook endgame, nearly always decisive. That's why Ding resigned.
Wow, and that means maybe momentum shifting, Prague winning game 2. Do you think he's now maybe a favourite, Heidi, to win the first match?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I like Pragnananda a lot, and I think I kind of feel that he deserves it after not winning the last Champions Chess Tour, where he was so close to the finish line. I know. So maybe he's done some work on how to sort of get the ball into the goal at the end.
Good one, yeah. Pragnananda, he has tied the match against Ding, not using the Rui Lopez opening, but now we're going to deep dive into that opening, and here is Grandmaster Nils Grandelius explaining the Rui Lopez.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this short introduction to the Rui Lopez. So the Rui Lopez is a chess opening that appears after the move e4, black replies e5, you play knight f3, like replies knight c6, and now bishop to b5. This is the Rui Lopez. We intend to castle next, and we are building some initiative in the center later on by playing the move c3 and hopefully d4. It's a very solid and reliable opening. It has been played by basically all the world champions throughout the history of chess. It has been around for hundreds of years, and it can definitely last you a lifetime once you learn it. So I really recommend you all to try out the Rui Lopez.
Here it is, the beautiful Rui Lopez opening on our beautiful chess set in the studio, and behind us, Jovanka, is a painting of the man himself. This must be an old opening.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, if you thought yesterday's chess opening inventors were old, you're going to think this one is just like from the time of the ancient Greeks.
Exactly.
But yeah, he's actually Rui Lopez de Segura. He was a Catholic Spanish priest.
Okay.
And yeah, he was from the 16th century. Wow. So it was a long time ago. And he's very unusual because he was Spain's leading player for 20 years during this time. Wow. And also he was so famous in Spain that King Philip II actually gave him a golden rook to hang on a chain. It's not often that your king gives you some golden jewelry, but maybe it should be a trend, don't you think? And yeah, so he travelled to Italy and he was playing chess. He beat everyone there. And the reason why his name is there with the Rui Lopez is because in 1561, very long time ago, he wrote a book. Really? And it was a very unusual book. And the first part of the book was actually saying, hey, chess is great for you, and these are the reasons why it's good for you. Second part talked about his ideas in chess. Third part was a critique of an earlier book by Pedro Damiano from the 15th century.
Mean.
Yeah, I know. So it looked like the Catholic priest looked at it and said, I really hate this book. What? And so he just criticised it. And this is one of his criticisms. So if we were going to go through the opening moves, you'll see what his ideas was.
Yeah.
So the first, after king pawns move, both sides, and black responds in kind, staking out the centre. White develops the knight. And here, you have to remember, this is the theory from the 16th century. Rui Lopez said, it is a mistake to actually defend that pawn by developing the knight. And it is a mistake because of this bishop move out to b5. And the whole idea with this bishop move, in his opinion, was that you put some pressure on the center. And his analysis actually went that the threat is to take the knight. So say you play anything, and bishop takes knight, and then pawn takes, and now you can get greedy and capture the pawn. Now, common theory says this is terrible. You cannot take the pawn. But they didn't know any better then, and we have our knowledge now because of what they discovered then. And going back to the bishop b5 move on move 4, this opening is tremendously popular. Like Niels Grandelia said, it was played by literally every single world champion, nearly every single world championship match since the 1880s. And it's actually such a famous opening that was even referenced by Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot in the Big Four. Yeah, he was investigating Mr. Roy Lopez's life. Wow. So it's not often that an opening kind of features in the crime novels of such an esteemed author. And it's popular with good reason because play is strategical, it's tense. Yeah. You can basically play it the way you want to do it. And like Niels Grandelia says in his trailer there for his Chessable course, once you've mastered it and you know exactly what you like, you've got an opening for life.
Yeah. And wow, it survived for a long time. Yeah. Still very popular. It's been played quite a few times this season on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And the white score is very good.
It's positive. Yeah. It's 59.6%. And this is really good, actually. And because you know, it's a very tense battle and it's mainstream and it's heavily analysed. Yeah. So the fact that it's actually scoring close to 60% is very, very impressive.
Absolutely. Not the best score for black, so something to play for white. The Ruy Lopez.
Definitely.
And of course, we did talk about Niels Grandelius. His course on this opening is our prize in the question of today. We're asking you, what is your opening nightmare? For a chance to win this very cool prize. It's valued over $300. So do tweet us your answer using the hashtag ChessChamps. And Magnus Carlsen, he's not known for being an opening expert, but he is still very good in the openings. And now we're going to hear him talk about, I think, some of the coolest things about openings, novelties.
I think the way we look at opening novelties, it's a bit different than it used to be. Like when Kasparov, for instance, played a novelty, it was often like a revolutionary concept that either made a life playable or refuted a line. Or those novelties are very, very rare these days, since things have been worked out so well. So now it's about finding new, like, playable sub-variations and concepts. And most of the time, novelties these days are mainly for surprise value.
Is technology changing openings still?
Technology has been a great equalizer in terms of opening knowledge, and I would say it's changed even in the last few years with neural networks. It's become more and more difficult to get opening advantages, and even like a few years ago there were people who even in top tournaments who weren't that well prepared, but now it's really not easy.
Is it an advantage for those younger players coming up now to only use computers?
I don't know. I'm sort of in between generations there, so but it seems to work for them. And I mean, having more tools is an advantage. But whether you should like only use modern tools and not try and learn a bit at the board as well, this I don't know. But certainly having great tools like Chessable available makes it a lot easier for the kids.
Computers is definitely becoming a huge factor in chess today. Maybe a big advantage for players like Pragnananda growing up with these computers. How much do you use computers, Heidi, in your chess practicing?
I use it quite a lot in the preparations.
Yeah.
And to practice openings if I'm going to play against someone. but I prefer the board, definitely.
Yeah.
Playing on the board.
How about you, David? You know, growing up with the board and the books, but also the computers.
Yeah, being from the same generation as Magnus, we kind of had the best of both.
Yeah.
I think up until the age of maybe 12, 13, I didn't touch a computer. I barely ever studied on a computer. It was only after that stage I started discovering databases, analysis engines, which at the time were quite weak. And I definitely had to build the foundations without technology first. So I think once I had that, it definitely helped having the computer alongside. These days, I use the computer way too much though. I wish sometimes I did it old school.
Absolutely. Game 3 between Prague and Ding is starting in 4 minutes, and they are tied in the match, so it will be a very critical game coming up. But before that, we did see Magnus sitting in the good night, and today, Simon, it's you at the good night. Is the mood good even if Magnus is not playing in this final?
It's fantastic mood down here. Everyone's very happy. I don't know if the alcohol's got anything to do with that or just the good vibes. There's chessboards everywhere. You can see people playing. And if you go around the bar, well, there's other games going on, as we've seen before. But I did want to share with you, I know the topic of today was opening disasters. So to make everyone at home feel better, I'll just tell you a very quick story. When I was an international master, I was playing in the Hastings competition. It was New Year's Day, so obviously I was very, very fresh. I got to this position here. I was an international master with the white pieces. And here I played the worst blunder of my life. I moved this pawn to this square, only on move 6, and I allowed my opponent to take this knight. And this was when, like I said, I was an international master. And I've just lost a whole knight for nothing. And the worst thing about this was there was a big crowd around the game, and the crowd got a lot bigger when I played this move. I went bright red, and I had to resign. Probably the most embarrassing moment of my life. Sharing it with you guys, not really sure why, but there you go. Anyway, worst opening disasters, I'm sure we've all got some, and I won't be doing that again in a hurry. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Simon, for sharing that. Makes me feel so much better about all of my disasters. And that Simon did mention the question of today, but we also have the selfie competition. And let's take a look at some of your selfies. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your beautiful selfies. And at the end of the day, we're going to choose a winner that will get this very nice chessboard signed by Grandmaster Anish Giri, who was knocked out yesterday in the semifinals by the great Pragnananda. Prag made a comeback. He won game 2. And in game 3, he will have the white pieces. They are tied before game 3. And do you think momentum have shifted now, David, and that Prag is confident?
Prag, at least, will feel that he's got the wind in his sails. That being said, it's been a black day so far. Black winning both the games, so having the white pieces may be a mixed blessing. And Prag needs to do a bit better than he did in game 1 of the day, at least.
So will he choose something different than you think?
Yes, the Queen's Gambit declined was all about Ding. Ding is the expert there. He showed his understanding, his superior experience, and
maybe Prag needs to mix it up. Maybe serve with a different hand. Maybe play a king's pawn opening, play the English like Ding did in the last game. Mix things up. That's the way often to beat your opponents. Don't keep battering your head against the same wall. And yeah, we're waiting anxiously for this first move.
Tension before game 3 starts. They are both ready. I have to say, Ding now. He looks fresher. He looks ready to fight. And here we go.
Yep, here we go. Queen's pawn opening. He's surprised by this one. It looks like he's repeating the same thing. Okay, this knight move, slightly different. So slightly different variation, but it is the Queen's Gambit declined. Ding here, there's a variety of moves. They call this the main position, or at least Alexander Grishchuk does, because Black has 6 or 7 very sensible moves. Okay, he goes for just a kind of nice, solid pawn push. Oh, this one is... Until this last move, it was about to lead into one of the most complex, most aggressive openings out there in chess. This is the semi-Slav now. If you look at Black's structure, there's kind of a triangle formation, the black pawns. Jovanka, what do you think of this choice by both players, actually?
Yeah, it's very, very solid, and I think it's the right way to go because the other line, which would be wild, 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 is if Black gets greedy and captures material. Don't touch that unless you know what you're doing. And we have an opening on the board when the queen comes out. It's actually called the Cambridge Springs.
Oh.
It was played in America, this opening.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly when, but it's quite an old opening.
Yeah, it is a very old opening. And
lots of history.
Definitely. Should we show the famous trap in the Cambridge Springs?
Oh.
There's a couple of traps here. Which one do you want to show, Jovanka, if the white bishop develops?
Yeah.
For example, this bishop, if it comes out, there are a few problems. Firstly, there's a pin, and also the black queen does stare down along this line at one of the white bishops. So, for example, here, Black can just capture a pawn, distract away the white bishop, and jumping in with the knight now wins material. This bishop is actually attacked not just by the knight, but also by the queen from far away. And now, once the bishop moves or is protected, then the black knight can actually capture. And we would see a situation like this where Black has just won a pawn for free, and you give a check. And it looks like you're about to win the bishop. The white knight can jump back and block, but this is very good for Black. This is one of the main tricks, one of the main traps. But of course, Prag, he's too good to fall into a trap on just move 8. Instead, he trades a set of pawns and brings his queen 1 square forward, just defending this knight. And loads of pressure on this knight now. Suddenly, this is a mega pin, using the black bishop, using the black queen, staring down along this diagonal. It's all about trying to break through on this piece, so white has to rush and defend it. This white rook now sufficiently defending this knight. And, OK, kicking away this bishop, we will likely see at some point maybe Prag get aggressive and start throwing pawns down the board. If Ding wants to play safe, maybe he'll just castle away to safety, but I don't think that's on his mind right now. You don't choose this variation just to timidly castle your king and allow your opponent's pieces out. It's all about whether white's king can rush away to safety. If he can, then Prag is doing great. But if Ding can whip up an attack before that, then, yeah, who knows what will happen. It could be a very, very interesting game.
Cool.
I don't think we've seen this opening on the tour, actually, the Cambridge Springs, at all.
No, I don't recall seeing it myself either. But it's a very, very popular opening at all levels. And it's kind of become very trendy now because it was dismissed for a long time as being, you hear this word so many times when it comes to openings, but it's just a stylistic thing. It's like, it's boring. Yeah. It's boring, you get no fun. Why are you playing like this? It's old man chess. Old people play like this. Why are you trying to kill the risk? But, you know...
But maybe with computers,
exactly.
Discovering new things with them.
Well, yeah, and I think the thing is that the computers kind of have killed the romance a little bit from these fantastic openings that you saw in the olden days, you know, where they were sacrificing pieces here and there and everywhere. So everyone's a little bit kind of nervous about going into these super sharp openings. And instead, they're kind of like, well, actually, let's take a look at these more solid openings, shall we say. They're equally interesting, if you're inclined that way. And yeah, it's just a game. And here we see Ding playing. I didn't expect this move, but it is one of the main ideas. I thought he might try and challenge the centre, but instead he chooses to make a square for the light squared bishop.
Yeah, so Black's light square bishop, it didn't have anywhere to go. It's always the problem piece in these queen's pawn openings, but Black's light square bishop can come out to a couple of different squares now. And Personally, I always prefer white slightly in these positions. If you look in the centre of the board, white has a stronghold there with the pawns. White has 2 pawns in the E and D lines. Black only has 1. It always feels like black is the one fighting to equalise. And yeah, I think Jovanka's right. Often players, especially the top players now, they go back to the oldest openings or openings which have fallen out of fashion. They discover new things there, and then they start playing it. Fashions change, everyone copies them, then they look back at what's forgotten again, and that's how fashion changes in chess. It's always, at this point, there's not much new under the sun. It's always rediscovering older variations, like the Cambridge Springs variation.
Yeah. And we did hear Magnus in the video in the break talk about novelties, which must be so nice when you get to play a novelty. So are we seeing a lot of novelties, or are we seeing less novelties now with computers and everything?
We're still seeing new moves, new ideas, novelties, but often they're less kind of groundbreaking than they used to be. They're, I mean, still occasionally, but they're kind of best kind of novelty is a completely brand new idea that nobody's even thought of before, and you use it, you win in style, you smash your opponent off the board. Nowadays, novelties, they're kind of new places to put your pieces, small maneuvering ideas that just confuse your opponent, essentially. You don't, I mean, it's very rare to win directly from a novelty nowadays.
What is the description of a novelty? What is a novelty, if you look it up in any book?
I guess it's just a brand new move that's never been played before. And the problem
does it have to be a good move?
Ideally. I don't think it should be a bad move. Sometimes, though, it's maybe the 3rd or 4th choice according to the computer, but it's kind of got practical value. It tests your opponent from a human point of view. It's harder to react to. I remember, I think my proudest novelty was against Aronian in Gibraltar a couple of years ago, and I mean, it was just the computer's top move, but nobody had ever found it before, and I played it. I mean, I'd studied it deeper, of course. I used it, and I won in 20-something moves, but it's very rare. It's like once in every few years that you get an idea like that. Normally, because people study with computers, they see the best moves, and they're not surprised.
And also the novelty has to happen. Like my former chess coach, he showed me this preparation, this novelty that he was going to play if it ever happened in that exact situation. But I don't know if he still has.
Yeah.
He never played any games where, so far at least, maybe.
Yeah, where he could do that one move that he's been studying and he wants to do, because it's normally not like really early in the opening. It can be a little bit later.
I once saved up a novelty for 6 years. I finally got a chance to play it. I remembered what the move was, but I couldn't remember the follow-up.
Oh, no.
I managed to win the game, but I think I spent 55 minutes on one move, like just after the novelty, because I was like, what was it? What was it again? I remember it was good, but I can't remember what it was. And okay, meanwhile, a couple of developments, but it's mostly just both kings castling to safety. It's very tense in the centre of the board, and first instincts here, Heidi?
No, I just noticed that the players played really quickly in the beginning, and then they stopped. Both of them stopped to think for a bit longer. So maybe they're doing like you did, trying to remember their way forward in this line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is perhaps a critical moment, actually, you know, because Pragnanda does have the opportunity to kind of push in the centre, or maybe he can kind of continue with other things. So definitely a good moment to pause, I think.
Yeah, often that's a good tip for everyone at home. Once you reach the end of your knowledge, once you reach a position that's either new to you or at least not so familiar, then you should stop, just reassess, calculate a little bit, come up with a plan. And you mentioned this move, Jovanka, pushing forward with the white pawn. Has this been played before?
It has been played before. It's actually not the most popular move. It's just the one that I liked the most, because after all, taking a centre with the pawns is always good in my opinion.
Yep.
And the most popular move, if we take one move back, is actually to trade off bishops.
Trading bishops first, the black queen will recapture, and maybe now to push forward in the centre?
Yeah, actually, yes, that's an option. But the most popular move, again, you know, we're talking about margin of, there's 9 games in the database, 5 games. White is actually played in a really sophisticated way, just, offering a trade of queens.
Wow, okay, interesting. So the queen's now staring at each other. If black takes a step back, maybe the black queen's on a worse square. But if black does say yes and trade the queens, then, okay, white has some pressure along this line, and maybe white will gain a bit more space. For example, actually, the black bishop is lacking squares. If the black pawn pushes forward, maybe now you kick it to the edge of the board, and the black bishop here is not a very happy bunny. Also, I mean, this black knight is almost trapped as well. It has to take a step back to some worse squares. So really interesting. in the current position. Will Prag just try and trade everything off, head towards the endgame, and trade off the bishops, then offer that trade of queens, as we mentioned? Or is he going to be more ambitious, maybe, keep all the pieces on the board, attack this knight? I think I've seen this position before, or at least something's very similar. We'll see a trade of knights. White has a beautiful pawn center, but black does gain a bit of time. Black's bishop normally moves to the edge, and when the rook kind of relocates, we do see, okay, he does go for this. We do see what we call a Grunfeld type of pawn structure, because this pawn structure always comes from the Grunfeld opening, usually, not this time. And at some point after maybe another trade, we'll see black challenge in the center of the board, either with this pawn or maybe even with this pawn. And white's position looks nice and pretty at the moment, but black definitely has some ideas.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting, because I was going to say if I just walked past this board and I didn't know the evaluation, I would prefer to be black in the position that they were in before that pawn move, just because there are so many, like you can't move the knight, and the bishop in the H line is kind of pointing at nothing. Yeah. But after you look through the moves, then yeah, the white looks better.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right as well. I mean, black is so active. If black gets one more move and kind of breaks out in the center and maybe centralizes some of the black rooks, black is doing well, but it's all about timing. And big moment now for Ding. If he does trade the knights, as I just showed a moment ago, then white does establish this kind of perfect pawn center. The problem is, what else? If you don't trade these knights, you don't really want to go back. Somehow it feels like you're not really challenging white's center so much. At some point, white might even start pushing forward, gaining a bit of space and gaining a bit of time as well. So this is the current position. It's all about what to do with this black knight. It's under fire, and it has to move. Either you retreat or you trade off. I'm not sure what Ding wants. I mean, endgame stats-wise, both these players are pretty good at endgames, but Pragnananda, ever since he's been young, he's had a special flair in kind of simpler positions.
Yeah. And whilst Ding is taking, well, a critical moment's pause, well, we do have a quiz of the day where we're asking, what is your opening nightmare? I love listening and reading out your answers.
Say this, Jovanka.
I know, but I mean, at the same time, it's like, I feel you. Yeah. I've been there, I've done that. And Christopher Gressley says, speaking of opening disasters, Heidi managed to get this opening trap in as white in our club championships. And it's the famous where you checkmate in very few moves.
Yeah.
Against the Caracal.
Ooh. And it was actually quite funny, because I was at the Good Night the weekend before I played this game, and we were looking at exactly what happened here, and then it happened just some days later.
Yeah.
Really? And then you won?
Yeah. And this game also made it to the newspaper, because I think it's checkmate in, was it 6 moves or something like that?
Yeah.
And so it's very easy to show in the newspaper column.
Yeah, it's actually caught many unsuspecting victims.
Really?
And it has. And remember Simon was talking about when he was playing an opponent yesterday, he was like nervously shaking. It actually happened famously in a big Danish tournament when it was a grandmaster against someone who was rated maybe 600 points below him, and the guy was shaking, getting all nervous, like, I'm going to play my first super grandmaster, and then he goes and falls for this opening trap in 6 moves.
Maybe we can show it on the board. You can talk us through it, Heidi. So you start with the king's pawn, Jovanka's favourite opening, the Caracal. Say one of the white knights comes out, we see a trade of pawns in the centre. Black's knight develops just to support the other knight. And Heidi, show us your brilliant checkmate. The white queen moves.
Yeah. And it's like the most natural move on the board.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Maybe the viewers want to see if they can see it.
Yeah.
It's checkmate on one move.
Pause this video just for a couple of seconds if you want. It's white's playing checkmate in 1 move. Kaja.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, tweet us your answer using the hashtag #ChessJams.
It's a check.
I need help. It's a check. Oh, okay.
Got to get the black king. We'll catch up with the game in a moment.
Using the knight.
Yes. Nice one. And sorry if you've just tweeted in, but I think we should show it on the board.
We should, yes.
It's so beautiful. The white knight actually jumps to a square that it looks like it can get captured, but due to a pin on this line, the black pawn cannot actually move. And it's a bit of a smothered mate. The black king is trapped within and behind its own pieces. So 6-move checkmate.
Wow. Yeah, in Norwegian we call it a strangling mate. It's like the king can't breathe.
Yeah.
Oh, how cool. Is it fun to win like that?
Yes.
Or do you feel a little bit sorry for your opponents?
Never. I am sorry for the brutal honesty, but it's always delightful to win by checkmate.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, you've got to be ruthless in chess, especially when it's quite a pretty checkmate and an unexpected one like that one. And meanwhile, back in this game, we did see a trade of knights, as we indicated. So white has established a really nice pawn center, and it's time for black to start chipping away at white's central pawns. You can't allow white to kind of control the center this too much longer. If white controls the center, maybe then we'll see a build-up of an attack against the black king. Maybe the white pawns in the middle will continue pushing up the board. Ding, now over the next few moves, it's really critical moments. He needs to push one of his own black pawns, or at least needs to trade some pieces in order to challenge those two central white pawns.
Yeah, and talking about trades, I would probably just swap those light square bishops off immediately, because one of the patterns that I'm kind of terrified of is if the white pawn in the center, the E pawn, were to step one square forward, and the light squared bishop were to remain on that diagonal, so moved away from attack.
For example, here.
Yep, and suddenly this bishop is a monster piece. You know, it's the anchor man or anchor lady to any light square attack. And that is why I'm very relieved for Ding that he actually swapped those bishops off.
Yeah, one common checkmating idea is to lift the queen up, and along this diagonal you kind of sneak into the black king and you trap it. So, yep, the bishops did indeed come off the board. In this position, we saw Ding just trade off the bishops, and now he moves his rook across. And I said it was kind of high time to start pushing one of these two pawns forward. Ding is keeping Prag guessing. He's just saying, OK, I might throw the black c pawn forward to trade off here and open up a line for this black rook. I might throw the e pawn forward and trade off here to open up a line for this black rook. But you can guess which one I'm going to choose depending on what you do. And now Jovanka's idea of pushing the pawn forward, still a bit tempting, but at least now there won't be a checkmate along this diagonal because white has lost, well, he's had his light squared bishop traded off. And another piece that wants to rejoin the party, maybe this bishop hitting thin air. It's just about what to do now as white. It looks really beautiful aesthetically for white. All of his pieces are great, but what to do next? One argument could be maybe pushing this pawn forward, creating a nice kind of trio here. But this would also just leave a few squares undefended. For example, if black now pushes in the center, if you continue to push with white, if the black knight has a nice outpost now coming towards the queen. We're going to see a situation at some point where, in the current position, white does push forward, but black will gain squares. And it's just black kind of curling up into a ball. At some point, one of these pawn pushes will occur. It's like mind games in a way. It's kind of Ding saying, OK, you come at me, I'm ready. And Prag saying, I want to come at you, but I'm not sure how. And, maybe it does involve pushing this pawn. That would just be too tempting for me. But either way, any pawn pushes require commitment.
So advantage Ding then, slightly?
Psychologically, maybe. Yeah. But I think objectively on the board, I would prefer to be white just because the pawns look so nice in the middle. Mm-hmm. It's just what to do with them. That's the big question.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Ding's strategy, because, you know, we can't forget that Pragnananda's so young. And one of the traditional stereotypes is when you're playing someone who's young, well, you know, they get a bit over-ambitious, they get over-eager, impatient. And by adopting this kind of solid as a rock formation and waiting for Pragnananda to do something, is he kind of tempting him to making a commitment, and then maybe play will become easier for Ding?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, my kind of go-to strategy in rapid and especially blitz chess is actually to do nothing, just make sure everything's protected, curl up in a ball, and my opponents always burn time on the clock because planning is actually the hardest thing. I mean, the top-level players, they calculate so quickly, but when you kind of formulate a plan that kind of requires 4 or 5 moves, you have to consider the opponent's ideas, that's when they really do burn those valuable seconds. Mm-hmm. And that's what, I mean, Pragnananda's doing now. He spent 3 minutes on this one move. He has lots of good moves, lots of decent moves, lots of interesting plans, but just choosing among the different plans, that's the hardest thing in chess. There are no attacks, there are no variations to calculate, really. There's no threats. You just have to choose one plan and stick with it. But yeah, he's dropping down a bit on the clock. And I think that's Ding's tactic, to answer your question, Jovanka. Ding, he's just happy, I think, to see Prag thinking.
Yeah. And the most famous example I've heard of the do-nothing approach was actually from Peter Leko. I think when he played Vladimir Kramnik, right, in the World Championship match.
2004.
2004, yeah. He did, Peter Leko did nothing. and didn't even, and sometimes didn't even try to win, you know, just there was like nothing coming from him. And this just drove Vladimir Kramnik crazy.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, because it is annoying.
Yeah.
And Peter Leko almost won it. Yeah.
Wow. He was one game away. Kramnik had to win on demand in the last game just to maintain the title. So yeah, Peter Leko, I mean, that's what I love to do. Just frustrate the opponent. Just no matter what it is, whether it's doing nothing, whether it's being super aggressive, if you find out what your opponent hates, that's half the battle. You do it to them and they get, I don't know, they get angry and then
yeah.
you can pounce.
And you mentioned, like, if you find out how they, if you find out what they hate, how do you do this? How do you kind of like get these signs from their games, or is it perhaps having to getting to know the players personally?
Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of the top players, but I try and do this myself. I try and research as much as possible. So I play through hundreds of my opponent's games just to get a handle on their style. If they lose a lot of games, to see, you know, what the kind of, you know, how they lose the game every single time, what those losses have in common. If they always lose in a rook endgame, then I'll try and steer the game towards a rook endgame. If they always lose in a certain pawn structure, I'll try and get that pawn structure. If they always lose in a certain opening, I'll try and trick them into that opening. I think it's the same for the top players. Of course, it's small margins, but I think at all levels...
That's so clever. This is such a great piece of advice.
Yeah.
I've never ever thought about doing this. Most of us just check the openings and say, I'll react to that. But
I always play through their most recent 50, 100 games, and even if it's quite quick playthrough, you always get a sense for the patterns that emerge. And I think even at the lower levels, you might not be able to research your opponent's games. Maybe the opponent's games aren't online or on the databases, but you can find out, you can talk to their friends, their club mates. What are their weaknesses? You know, got to do a
little bit of a spy.
Do a bit of recon, yeah.
Very clever. Now, after thinking for over 4 minutes, Prag eventually did make a move. Was it the H-pawn move?
It was. I mean, Prag's actually done this in all games so far today. White's pawn just stepping one square up, giving the white king some breathing space, but that's not the type of move you want to cost you want to cost 4 minutes. And meanwhile, Ding has slightly improved. Black's pawn stepping forward, Black's queen now kind of eyeing up the white rook at the bottom of the board. It feels like Prag is just indecisive what to do next. And yeah, first instinct, it just feels like he's kind of tensed up. He's a bit frozen. He wants to be in a position where the moves just flow naturally. Like in the last game, he was calculating, he was improving his pieces on every turn. I'm not sure he's so comfortable right now.
I find it so hard to play when I can't find a plan. When I'm looking for a plan, it's the worst.
Yeah, that's definitely the hardest thing in chess. And I think that's one thing that people forget to train on, just planning. That's why you should always kind of read through books, read through magazines, especially when the players talk about their own thoughts. Just put the position on the board and see, oh, how would I approach this position? What do I think first? And then if you can read the players, the top players, their own thoughts and kind of compare it to your own conclusions, that's a good way to train.
And I guess the saying goes, a bad plan is better than no plan, but I heard it's a controversial saying.
That is very controversial, yeah. It's one where you probably need Ty to do the statistics,
Yeah,
you know, where, where someone had no plan. And right, the bishop actually retreats all the way to its home square, presumably just getting ready for any potential right side attack.
Yeah, he's really mastering the art of doing nothing, Ding. He's kind of just put his bishop back on a safe square, just asking Prag, what are you doing? I have a bad feeling for Prag's time management. I mean, this is the kind of thing I do all the time. I'm always in time trouble, but if I ask myself afterwards, what was I thinking about? Often it was just frustration. Often it was like Heidi said, just looking for a plan and kind of beating yourself up. It's like, oh, I can't find anything. Why can't I find anything? And then you kind of stop calculating. It starts going downhill from there. If you look at the white rooks as well, they're nicely kind of doubled up, but the white rooks, they're staring at their own pawn. I don't really see how Prag has improved his position over the last 5 moves. And 4 minutes now. It's still quite early in the game.
Yeah, he needs to speed up, right? He needs to make a move, Prag. He looks ready to do it now, looking for that plan. What will the move be?
But time management is so difficult as well.
Yeah. Is that something you struggle with, Heidi?
Yeah, I spent so much time trying to find the plan, I should just swap all the pieces and then go into the end game, because then it's so much easier for me to find the plan.
The fewer pieces on the board, the easier it is to calculate.
Talking about plans, well, Pragnander has revealed his intentions. And I have to admit, I thought it, but again, I talked myself out of this time thing. I was like, no, Jovin, don't go there. You don't need to push pawns in front of your king. And what made me a bit hesitant was that white doesn't have too many minor pieces, and that light square bishop missing.
Yeah, and I could feel actually you were going to suggest it a bit earlier, Jovanka. I just had a feeling, and I nearly showed up on the board earlier, but I thought, it's never going to happen. Why would we show it? Yes. But it has happened. And the whole idea, and we should explain as well, Black has something that we call a hook. That means this pawn has moved 1 square forward. If this pawn was just back on its starting square, then it would be much harder to attack. Black's structure would be completely intact. But because this pawn has moved 1 square forward, white can use it as a hook to kind of wrench open the position. And for example, if black just plays slowly now, the white pawn will push forward, trying to open up lines, trying to capture this black pawn. If we see a capture, for example, the white knight might start jumping into a nice attacking position. At some point, we might see, again, white's king slide across, white's rook now kind of slide onto this open line towards the black king. Stuff is starting to happen around the black king. The downside, and the reason we were so surprised behind this pawn push is, firstly, it's a bit slow. The plans there we talked about require 3-4 moves to push this pawn forward, but also it does open up the white king as well. So it's pros and cons. Normally, if the center is closed, you can afford liberties and luxuries like pushing pawns near your king. But if the center is open, then it will backfire. And that's why Ding pushed his pawn forward, trying to open up the center of the board, trying to open up lines for the black rook. And after Prag says, no, I'm going to close it down again, Ding is continuing to push forward. And it's all about timing here. Prag might well live to regret the fact he's pushed this pawn forward and exposed his king slightly. It's a bit loose now, and the white queen, no matter where she goes, I think Ding's idea is to bring the black knight into a lovely outpost in the middle of the board.
The bar is going up for Ding. 1.1 pawn advantage is what the computers are saying. And was this simply Ding ready to take advantage of Prag finally deciding on a plan?
Yeah, I think Prag chose a plan. Maybe he was thinking, bad plan's better than no plan at all, so that's why he threw a pawn up the board. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to criticise Prag's kind of moves because it's ambitious. I like the idea behind it, going on the attack against the black king, but it's just too slow. And look at how fast Ding has mobilised his pawns. It's like a mirror image of the first game, throwing pawns down against the white queenside.
I was going to call it brutal Beth. You know, it's going to be almost a repeat, actually, if that pawn is allowed to start marching even further.
Actually, yeah, it's literally a carbon copy of the first game today, where Ding won, just throwing pawns down, where Prag wasn't ready. I don't really see what to do now. I mean, no matter what you do as whites, it just feels like black's pieces are coming to life.
Wow, what a strange day. The black seems to be the pieces to have today.
Yeah, I think that's quite interesting, and I'm wondering if it's because, you know, when you play with the white pieces, you're expected to have a little advantage, or you should try to win when you're playing with the white pieces, and maybe the players are pushing too much or not finding the plan properly, and it's actually a good thing to be black.
Yeah. It's easier to kind of just sit and do nothing and counterattack as black. And I definitely feel Prag, we talked about that pawn push going on the attack. That's because he's white. He thinks, I've got white, I need to win, I need to attack. But then sometimes you lose objectivity. And, OK, we did see a quick trade of pawns, white's knight jumping into the centre, attacking a black rook, but that black rook happy to slide across and support Beth the B-pawn. Jovanka, you're liking it.
I'm loving this. It feels a little bit cruel, though, to Pragnander that it's the same pawn that bothered him on game 1 is now fully there in pester mode.
It's ready.
Game 3. It's really rare that happens, actually.
Super rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, you very rarely see one player fall to the same defeat twice, in a way. And the reason we say that this pawn is so dangerous is because you simply can't take it. If you take this pawn right now, then the black bishop comes along and, whoops, that's a skewer. The white queen has to move. The white rook will drop behind it on this diagonal. So, OK, Prag is trying to bail out and trying to escape from this really difficult situation by offering a queen trade. I'm not sure Ding's going to accept. Even if he does, I think it's quite good for black. But at the very least, you can push your pawn forward. 2 squares away from promotion now. And you can block the queen trade along this diagonal in the process. You could also make an argument for just trading queens, the very simple approach. And then, for example, bring the black knight into this nice outpost. Maybe now, if you're feeling greedy, you could grab a pawn. I don't think you can push your pawn forward here. I think the one trap that Prag has set is that if the black pawn does march forward, then after a trade, we can see the white knight eliminate this pawn, bet the b pawn now, because after the white knight is captured, whoops, loose pieces drop off, and this knight is hanging. And here we would see just everything getting traded, queens, knights, pawns, and likely a draw. So I think that's what Prag's idea is, but Ding, to trade or not to trade? What would you do here, Heidi, Jovanka?
Well, I just took a look at the computer, and the computer says both of those moves winning.
Both winning, wow. And he does trade, and he does grab a pawn. So no more Beth the B pawn. We have 2 Charlies. What's the C pawn?
Charlie.
Charlie's.
Charlie's a good one.
Double Charlie. And black is a pawn up temporarily. White goes after one of the weak pawns, the double pawns at least, and now black leaping in. I'm not such a fan of what Ding has just done, I must say. He's kind of banking on the fact that these pawns, or at least one of them, will stay alive. But if one of them falls, maybe the other one will as well. So, OK, he's counterattacking against this central pawn. OK, developments. A capture and another capture. Black is just 1 pawn up for free. It's one-sided traffic.
Yeah, definitely. And I was just going to say that the rook probably is forced to attack the knight.
Yep.
Because black could even think about attacking the bishop with the pawn.
Yep, at some point, black's pawn can come forward, attack this bishop, which is offside on the edge of the board. First now, you can just move your knight, any safe square, I think. This one, and yeah, eventually, this 1 extra pawn should tell. Still some hard work to get it through, to start pushing it. But yeah, a pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by Ding's handling of the black side of these openings. You know, first of all, his first game was a fantastic model game, and this one is also a great example of just outwitting your opponent from something where visually it looked quite good for white, and he did nothing, and then he made small improvements here, and then suddenly he's winning. And some people actually, my teammates tell me this is how I play the Caro-Kann. Having like a position which they look at and they go, that's disgusting. and then when they come back on move 40, they go, I don't know, but she's up a pawn. Yeah. And now she's grinding it out. How did that happen?
That's exactly Ding's strategy in this game, pretty much. I know I'm going to go back and study this opening a bit more because I don't really know what white went wrong, like where he went wrong, what he could have done instead. I mean, it's a bit like the first game. Prag didn't really blunder. No. He was just had a big disadvantage a few moves later.
No.
It's hard to explain sometimes.
It is a bit difficult as well. And I do know that this particular opening is very, very trendy. And it was actually recommended by Sam Shankland in his Semi-Slav Chessable course. And there's actually, for those fans of the Slav, there's actually a new Chessable course on the Semi-Slav being released by Seth Thurman.
OK.
So more great stuff coming from everyone at the team at Chessable.
Absolutely. All right, well, this one, Ding Liren, maybe is he heading for another win with the black pieces and putting Prag in another comeback situation in game 4. Still 1 game to play in the first match today after this game. The knight moves.
Yeah, the knight steps back. I guess the idea is to just go over and blockade black's extra pawn. Black's C pawn is the dangerous one, so maybe the white knight wants to go and park itself in front of that pawn. But you can tell on Prag's body language suddenly less optimistic. There's no shaking, there's no energy that we've seen from him. Maybe because it's late at night, he's been doing an exam today, but also because of the position on the board. It's one-sided. Black is the only one who can win, barring a miracle here. White is fighting for his life, fighting for the draw.
Yeah. And okay, bishop now attacks the rook. And when you find yourself in these types of positions, what do you tell yourself to motivate yourself? I mean, because I know a lot of chess players, they're a bit pessimistic and they hate being in these horrible positions and they just go, oh, it's disgusting. Why am I here? They do what you do, so Heidi, they question their life existence. Even the strong players, the super strong players are doing this. And they resign and they're just like, okay, enough, move on to the next.
I often have to play, even though I know I'm going to lose. I have to play for a bit longer because I'm so upset on the inside that I have to like calm down before I give up. But I also think, because I mean my level is obviously a lot lower than these guys, that you can learn a lot, even though you play a bad position. Maybe you can learn how to try to defend as good as possible. So I often also continue playing just to play more chess, even though it looks horrible.
Yeah, that's
actually good. That's really good advice, actually, to kind of adapt to the learning mentality.
Yeah, and I mean, ever since I read this book by Jonathan Rouse, The 7 Deadly Chess Sins, I call it the goalkeeper's glory. It's basically a goalkeeper in football, soccer. I mean, you never score goals. You never actually win anything. Especially, for example, in a penalty shootout, nobody expects you to save it. But if you do, like in a chess game, in a hopeless position, if you do save it, you feel on top of the world. You're the hero. You're not going to win the game necessarily, but a draw feels like a victory. So I just kind of think of myself in a losing position like a goalie. I'm like, okay, not much chance, but I'll try and save it if I can. I'll try and stop my opponent from scoring.
Oh, I can imagine you, David, there in goal. See if I can do it.
And I especially think in like if you're a beginner, you have to play no matter what. If you're playing against other beginners, because I've seen so many games that look like they were 100% won for one side, and then the other one wins.
Yeah, you always learn something along the way anyway, in terms of defense or how to finish things off. Meanwhile, Pragg, he didn't look happy there a minute ago, just rubbing his eyes, but he has at least blockaded Black's extra pawn. Black's c-pawn, for now, can't move. The problem is this white knight's not on a stable square. This white knight can get kicked away by Black's rook or by Black's bishop. I would be very tempted to move the Black bishop now to hit this knight.
Oh, he does not look happy. Pragnananda, the bar, all the way up for Ding Liren. Is he going to win another game here?
It's certainly looking good for Ding. And, well, the move that David recommended is on the board. And, well, Pragg is in full goalkeeper mode. You know, knight was attacked, had to be defended.
Yeah. And here, question for Ding, how to progress, how to kind of, you've got the 1 pawn advantage, how to keep that momentum going, how to really kind of try and kick Pragnananda while he's down, especially while he's got 1 minute on the clock. And a couple of options here. I mean, first thing that comes to my mind is just keep things simple, get rid of the blockader of your pawn. Knights are the best blockaders, so eliminate it, and why not just get greedy? Grab this pawn, 2 pawns up. It still takes a lot to win this, actually. These pawns, they don't run that quickly, surprisingly. They will be stopped by the white rooks, but 2 pawn advantage, no risk at all. Should be winning, I think, long term. Another idea would be to maybe sideline this bishop first. I'm slightly concerned about this bishop taking the black knight and wrecking the black pawn structure. It's a fair trade, but maybe you don't want to compromise your pawn structure. You could push this pawn forward. Okay, he doesn't want to allow that bishop for knight trade. Instead of pushing a pawn, he goes back with the black knight, hitting this rook, and maybe there's a route for this knight into the position. For example, if it moves, if the white rook moves, maybe the black knight is jumping in this way towards the white rook. Interesting idea there from Ding. I mean, he's got a pawn, he's got an extra pawn, he's making threats. He's the one in control. 3 extra minutes on the clock as well. It's just hard to imagine Pragg saving this in any world at the moment.
Less than 30 seconds now for Pragg.
Okay, and he retreats his rook 1 square. I like this one, at least it stopped the black knight going to the other square I mentioned, because the white rook was attacking Black's c-pawn. So Black's knight now on the defensive. Oh, what's that white bishop doing? You mentioned it, Heidi, like, what was it, 20 moves ago? That white bishop, it's just been sidelined, actually, on the side of the board. Ooh, pushing forward. That pawn's going nowhere, but at least it's not targeted by the black rook.
Look at Pragg. It seems like he's just finished with this game, planning the next one.
Or does he look tired? I don't know.
I think he looks tired. I think it was this exam to get up. His exam was at 8:45 in the morning.
Yeah, so he finished the final the semifinal yesterday at 2:30 in the morning in India, and then he had to be at school by 8:30 to do his exam, and then turning up here at was it 9:30 in India?
I think it's, what is it, past midnight now? It's not easy. Yeah, I mean, he's a superhuman effort to even get this far to win the last game, but this one is falling apart. Ding, though, still has to win it. He still has to put that ball in the back of the net. How to do that? I mean, the black rook now on the second line on b2 could just take a step back, kick away this white knight. As soon as that black pawn starts motoring, it should be game over.
It's a little bit of a position where the pieces are all over the board. It's not like they're centralized somewhere. Where is sort of the main area for Ding to get that win?
I think it's all about that black c-pawn. Actually, if you forget the white pieces for a moment, if you only look at black's army, they've all gravitated to the b and the c files. So that's where black's kind of focus is. He doesn't need to worry about the black king. Queens are off, there won't be any attacks. So black's focus is now on the b and c files, but especially the black c-pawn. That is the potential winner, that's his extra pawn. White's army, you mentioned there, Kaja, White's is the one that's actually a bit scattered. There's less coordination and harmony, especially that white bishop on the edge of the board. White's rook in the center looks nice and pretty, but not really doing much, and there we go. The blockader is getting kicked away, and the white knight now on the edge. Eyeing up the black bishop, but the black bishop can just move. Maybe you don't even need to move it.
Yeah, I thought she can also be supported as well by a pawn. So the choice is in Ding's hands.
I'm starting to understand why Pragnananda's given up hope. It just looks, I mean, completely lost, unfortunately. The black bishop attacking White's rook. The white rook will step up one square. Oof. Yeah, maybe the black pawn's coming now. Maybe the black bishop can move. Okay, there we go. The pawn does advance. White's rook in front of it is completely cut out of the game. White's rook now. And the white knight in the corner, just immobilized.
Well, 30 seconds for Prag. He's going to keep fighting, right? It's not like he's going to give up right now.
I think until that black pawn continues to break through or until something else drops, yeah, you're only one pawn down for now, so keep fighting. The computer does say +5 nearly, so that means that it's almost hopeless, but in human terms...
9 seconds for Prag.
It's not much time. It's always very nerve-wracking when the players let the seconds tick down. Okay, so the rook moves across, you know, potentially setting up a trap. As the two rooks eye each other out, there's...
unfortunately, I think this might be the killer. Black's rook is just removing the blockader off his c-pawn. White's rook now on the c2 square, stuck. If you trade off rooks, Black is just going to create Beth the b-pawn again and going to queen that pawn again. And there we go, we have a result. Ding takes it.
Wow, it's over. Again, with the black pieces, Ding wins this game to again take the lead in the match in the final game of today. It's going to be a must-win situation for Prag to tie the first match in the final. And he's going to have the black pieces, which seems to be a good idea today. And what a game by Ding. So I think we should do the Lisoveta learning point.
And the learning point does come from this game. Pragnananda with white, Ding with black, and I just want to show how Ding clinched it, how he won this game. He's a pawn up in the endgame, as we talked about, this black c-pawn, extremely strong. But in order to promote it, in order to force it through to its end goal, Ding came up with some really logical and very strong moves. It's all about getting rid of the blockaders. When you have a passed pawn, forcibly kick away the blockaders, and that's what he did to this knight. First, he removed the knight by stepping his rook back, kicking it, forcing it to the side of the board. Then it's all about the remaining blockader of this pawn. The remaining blockader is this white rook, so get rid of it, kick it away. The black bishop stepped in, attacking the rook stepped up, black defended his bishop, and the final move of the game in this position, to force resignation, Ding simply brought his rook down one square. The remaining blockader, of course, as we mentioned, is this rook, and there's no way to keep it on the board. For example, if you trade a set of rooks now, this pawn is simply unstoppable. A queen will appear on the next move. That's the thing to do when you have extra pawns, passed pawns, kick away the blockaders.
And that means it's going to be dramatic for Prag in the final game, starting in 14 minutes. Before that time, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to challenge Heidi in our Play Magnus challenge. So stay tuned.
saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
So we just race to the line. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna crush it. Set, go!
When someone asks me how my chess game is going,
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Welcome back to Chessable Masters, where we are waiting for Game 4 in the final between Ding and Prague. Before that, we're challenging Heidi in our Play Magnus challenge. It is an app where you can play Magnus at many age. Heidi, have you done it a lot? Have you been in the app?
No, this is actually the first time I play against the Magnus Carlsen app. So this is going to be very exciting.
So you actually haven't practiced in this app. What will be your goal? Because we only had 3 players so far being able to win. All of them were top grandmasters.
My goal is to last more than 35 moves, because I played against Magnus once before and I lost at 30-something moves.
Ah, interesting.
As in real life, he was playing against a lot of people at the same time.
Aha, very cool. Now, the rules in our Play Magnus challenge is that Heidi, she will have 2 minutes on the clock, and the goal is to last as many moves as possible before losing on the board or maybe being checkmated by Magnus. But of course, it is possible to win. And if you do Heidi, then of course the goal is to last or to do it in as few moves as possible. So are you ready?
Yes.
All right, then we say good luck. And here is the Play Magnus challenge. All right, and you guys, you know what openings is the most successful in this, David? Does it look good?
It's one of my favorites, I've got to say. It's the C3 Sicilian. I had this myself against Play Magnus, against Magnus H10. I won't say the result in that game. And
no.
Ooh, Heidi.
I don't even know the theory now. I do
Don't
not
worry,
know.
just
Don't
wing
worry,
it.
it's all about
just
speed.
Keep playing.
Yeah.
And here we go, centralizing pieces. This is good.
Oh, that's fun, I think.
Okay, Magnus thinking.
Yeah, that's a good sign often.
Yep. Pushing pawns. Jovanka, what do you think of this position?
I think this is very reasonable for Heidi, and look at that, she's attacking the queen. Will Magnus H10 step back? Yes, he does. Knight develops, and well, the knights are very nicely positioned.
Yeah, it's looking very balanced at the moment. Great opening from Heidi. Magnus H10. We know his tricks come in the middle game, so it's time to watch out. But okay, threats against.
I think that's maybe a little bit too ambitious. Let's see. Oh no, I'm not that good at. No.
No need to panic. You're doing well, Heidi. You're doing great.
Playing super fast.
Yep. And Magnus jumping in with his knight in center, and Heidi attacking a weak point. This is good.
This is great stuff. Black's pawn in the middle of the board, under serious threat.
Oh no, that's a mistake. Oops.
I feel like I jinxed it there.
Oops.
Yeah, it was slightly too many black defenders.
I know.
And,
Still plenty of time though.
Yeah,
You're
and
getting
remember
closer to
Heidi's
your goal.
goal, 35 moves. That is very possible. Still 1 minute and 11 seconds left.
That's all about speed and making as many moves as quickly as possible.
Now when the white queen needs to move, the pawn in the center of the board is pinned, so Heidi does indeed move the queen. Okay.
Oh no, that was a mouse slip.
I saw you were aiming for the other square actually.
Don't worry, Heidi, we all suffer from them.
We've seen the top players in the world mouse slip as well. Magnus is mouse
Oh, this is
queen.
terrible. Terrible, 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 terrible.
Just keep playing.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Plenty
great
of
move there.
time.
Yeah.
Going on the attack, going for some pawns maybe. Ooh, big threat on the board.
Big threat. Careful there,
Checkmate
Heidi,
was
sorry.
threatened. And Heidi stops the checkmate by pushing this pawn forward, blocking the black queen's diagonal.
How many moves do I have now?
We don't know. We don't know until
know.
the game is over. So it is tense.
Got a lot, Heidi. You've got a lot.
You
You're doing well.
have a lot. And will Magnus grab that pawn up for grab? No, he's not. Instead, he
I'm in trouble.
reinforces the pressure on the weak f2 points.
Yeah. Keep that white king safe, and you're definitely going to break your target here. Nice. Tuck it away into the corner, that white king. I think we're closing in on that goal.
We are. And how is Magnus h10 going to finish the game off?
Magnus h10 thinking quite a lot actually in this game. Heidi's definitely forced Magnus to think.
And we all know, David, Magnus at 10 years old, he was already extremely strong.
He was very, very
Oh
good.
no, this is not good.
Ooh, the white king now forced out of its shell, out of its corner.
All right, all right.
Black sacrificing. Okay, it's just about survival now for Heidi.
It's never a good idea when Magnus Carlsen sacrifices a piece. It means I'm in trouble.
Okay, giving a check with the queen. King is probably forced up the board.
Okay, the king is joining the
Dumb
action.
king, but you know, you never know. It might survive.
Say, Magnus thinking a lot in this game.
Yeah, Magnus really trying to work out how to trap that white king. Okay, that's a check. Only one safe square now.
That's it, it's highlighted.
King of the hill. The white king wins the race to the center of the board.
Oh no.
Oh, and we have a result in the game.
Yeah, that is checkmate.
That is a checkmate on the board, but Heidi, if you press continue, let's see how many moves.
32. Well, my aim was 35. Well, it was okay. I'm pleased with that.
Yeah. Good game. Good game. 32 moves for Heidi in our Play Magnus challenge. Maybe we did see some opening traps, maybe not in this one, but we were talking about opening traps in the previous game. And now let's see one of the old Howl's How-To videos about opening traps.
Opening traps happen all over the place. This is why you have to practice your openings and you have to study your openings to avoid falling into any traps. I myself have fallen into plenty of traps in my career, including when I was young. And I'm going to show you one of the most popular traps, one of the most famous traps in the Queen's Gambit opening. The Queen's Gambit starts with both sides pushing forward their Queen's pawn on the first turn. The reason it's called the Queen's Gambit is because white now sacrifices a pawn, trying to distract the black pawn from the center of the board. And if black accepts this gambit, if black captures this pawn, it is temporarily an extra pawn for black. White, meanwhile, can just push a pawn forward, trying to open up his bishop to target the pawn that has just captured his black's extra pawn. And if black is greedy, if black wants to keep the extra pawn, he can keep this pawn guarded now. However, this does lead to an opening trap potentially, and if black isn't careful, then he will soon have a lost position. White now can push a pawn forward, trying to undermine black's pawn chain here. If black moves this pawn, if he pushes it forward, then white simply regains the pawn that he gambited, and white has a very healthy position. 2 central pawns against black's 1, and white has developed his bishop very nicely. Therefore, if black plays the most logical move, keeping the pawn chain by pushing another pawn forward, this falls into one of the most famous traps in chess. White will trade these pawns off the board, and now It looks like black has a very healthy position, a very safe position, but suddenly we see that there's one undefended piece in his camp. White can bring the queen out along this diagonal, and suddenly this rook in the corner is trapped. There's no way to defend it. There's no way to block this attack without giving up material, and white will win at least a piece due to this attack against the rook. This is why we have to study our openings, and you have to always look for your opponent's threats at an early stage. If not, you'll fall into these traps. Let's go through those moves one more time. So we start with the Queen's Gambit opening, white sacrificing a pawn. If black gets greedy and captures this pawn, then white can simply push a pawn forward, trying to open up his bishop to regain the sacrificed pawn. If black continues to be greedy, defending this pawn, now we see a huge error potentially from black. If black tries to keep his pawns intact, then after this trade, after pawn takes pawn, the pawn recaptures, suddenly white can take advantage of a weakness in black's camp. White can bring his queen out. Suddenly, this rook in the corner is attacked along this diagonal. There's no way to defend this rook. There's no way to defend or block this attack, and therefore white is winning already.
Opening traps, have to look out for them, but probably we won't see it in this game between these super grandmasters. Liren, he is in the lead. This is a must-win situation for Prague with the black pieces, but the black pieces, it seems to be good today.
3 out of 3 for black.
Yeah.
You won't see that very often at the top level. And that means that maybe Ding has to mix things up. And no more English opening that we saw from him 2 games ago. It's back towards the Queen's pawn. Will we see the Queen's Gambit? What do we predict here? Key moment. Oh, maybe the Nimzo? Okay, no Nimzo for black. It's all about what Pragnananda chooses here. Will black push a pawn in the center of the board? Will black's dark square bishop come out, maybe give a check? You can go into the Queen's Gambit from this position. You can go into the Benoni from this position, Queen's Indian from this position. This is the moment where you choose. And look at Pragnananda. He's just looking away from the board. He's choosing what opening to play. He did not expect this, but slightly surprising. This is Ding's main opening.
Yeah, it is his main opening. It's also quite logical because this is a lot safer to pick up the knight on the right side than develop the knight on the left side. And he chooses something that is, I don't know the name of this. What is it called?
I think it transposes to a variation of the Black Knight's Tango.
Whoa!
Where the knights kind of dance around for black because they can get kicked. This Black Knight that's just jumped into onto this c6 square, the white pawn in the centre of the board can actually go and attack it, and the Black Knights would actually have to do a bit of a dance. I don't know if that's why it's called the Tango, but the Black Knight's Tango normally starts without black touching any of his pawns, the Black Knights coming out on their first 2 moves. So I'm not sure if it's a direct transposition, but as far as I know, that's the closest related opening.
So will this be one of those other on our opening stats?
I think so.
Yeah, wow.
Doesn't count as a Queen's Gambit because black's pawn is not in the centre of the board. I've never seen Prague play this. I've never seen actually any player play this on the Champions Chess Tour. Prague, that's why he was thinking. He was just trying to surprise Ding as quickly as possible. And Ding, I don't think he's spent 1 minute on any 4th move ever in the Champions Chess Tour. Normally he knows his openings inside out, so big surprise.
Wow.
Do the players actually, can they see each other? Or can they choose?
They can choose.
Yeah, because I think Pragnananda looked up at the camera, looked straight into the camera, like as if he was saying, what are you going to do?
I like that.
It would be funny if he winked as well. It's yeah. Got some preparation in. That gives chess players a lot of joy to get that in. Okay, so meanwhile...
Yeah, some really weird moves, I've got to say, from Pragnananda especially. But weird is good in this situation. Remember, he's in a must-win scenario with black. That means you have to do something a bit different. You have to surprise the opponent. Here, white is occupying the centre, and the reason I say that this is weird for black is because look at what he's doing. He's just treading water. Black is hiding on his first 3 ranks, not challenging the white pawns in the middle of the board, and that's rare. Conventional wisdom says you have to challenge in the centre of the board. You have to do something you can't allow your opponent to control, especially with pawns. And now, depending on what Pragnananda does, it's black to play. We could see a direct transposition into the King's Indian defence, except white has won a move. White's pawn on the a3 square, normally that would be back on its starting square.
Okay, Prag, meanwhile, keeping his options open, moving the black rook. I don't like this last move, I've got to say. From black, I think that black's choices here are quite limited. You have to develop, you have to push one of your pawns. White's centre is just too strong right now.
Yeah, and the players are actually still following theory. And this move is a little bit unusual, actually, because it allows black to make the following breakthrough. And now we have a very critical moment. You can either step forward with your pawn or you can capture pawns. And I think, bearing in mind what happened to Pragnananda yesterday against Giri, do not step forward with a pawn. They're too complicated, too wild. Capture the pawn, and it's going to be a lot more harder for Pragnananda to generate winning chances.
Yeah,
and
well, if the black pawn, if the pawn structure had blocked up, there would be no trades. It would be so much tension. And as Jovanka mentioned, you're quite happy to see this exchange in a situation where a draw is good for Ding.
Yeah. I mean, it's natural, isn't it? So now there's a choice, capture with a pawn, capture with a knight. I guess, you probably should capture with a pawn. Keep as many pieces on the board as possible.
The problem is the queen trade might happen, and a draw kind of, it will suit Ding, but okay, he does play this, and now I'm not really expecting Ding here to keep the queens on the board, because that would allow, again, the situation full of tension. I expect the queens to come off, and they have. And in this scenario, White's knight does have a nice outpost in the centre of the board. Black's does too. This is a hole in White's position for the black knight to jump into later, but I don't know, it's just so balanced. White has no real weaknesses, and I'm slightly surprised. I think maybe taking with the knight, keeping the centre closed, this would have at least kept more tension in the position. The queens would remain on the board. And still, black is relatively active. But, OK, Prag now, in this current position, thinking of how to recapture the queen. Maybe he wants to take back with the knight, so that at some point he can push his pawn forward and control the square that the white knight wants to jump into. Queen's off the board, though. It's going to be hard for Prag to win this game. Ding is just being cynical. He said this in an interview before. He said he was being a bit dirty, in his own words, just by trading everything off in a situation where he only needed a draw.
Well, it's allowed. You can always be smart.
It's within the rules.
And I guess it's going to be a tango game then. The players tangoing back and forth.
It's weird. It started as a kind of Black Knight's tango, and then it turned into a King's Indian. This looks exactly like a King's Indian position. It's just that pawn structure now. And again, the players just using pattern recognition. Often openings transform, they change into each other. And you just have to recognise those patterns. That's why it's good to have a vast kind of knowledge of different chess openings. You can't always play the same thing every time at this top level, and both sides freestyling. But Prag thinking now how to recapture this white queen.
And before today, Prag had played 0 King's Indian on the tour with the black pieces, and Ding with white. 1.
Yeah.
No, 3 actually. 1 win, 1 draw, 1 black win.
Okay.
1 loss for Ding.
Yeah. Over the board, at least, Ding is known as a bit of a King's Indian killer. He's normally very good at punishing players who play the King's Indian. Jovanka, are you surprised by the last few moves?
Yeah, slightly surprised. I was thinking that maybe the play would be a bit more dynamic from Pragnananda, and this one looks like such a hard task, to try to win the position from this against Ding, who is so strong. And we're talking about fine margins. This is the thing. These players are not going to make huge blunders. If they're going to blunder, it's going to be small things. And in this type of position, a small blunder is actually not going to cost the game.
And even though we've seen 3 black game, 3 games being won by the black pieces, it's a lot harder to win when you play with the black pieces if white just wants to draw. It's a lot easier if white is pushing for a win to win back.
So it's hard to be in that must-win with the black pieces.
Definitely.
I mean, the reason, you're right there, Heidi, completely. The reason black won the first 3 games is because white was taking risks, taking chances, trying to create something out of nothing. And it rebounded on white in the first 3 games today, but this one, it's definitely a different philosophy from Ding. And, OK, he brings his bishop out, creating a pin on black's knight. That white bishop now, real nuisance.
OK, well, Pragnananda, he is spending some time to think. He has to win this game. Now, we do have our selfie challenge today, where you can win a signed chessboard by Anish Giri. And all the selfies are coming in. So let's take a look at some of them. Waiting for Prague to win was the message from that final selfie. Thank you to everyone. We enjoy so much seeing your selfies and having you with us while we watch the action in Chessable Masters. Prague fighting so hard to win this game, to tie the first match in the final. He's been thinking for such a long time now, David. This must be very difficult.
He's been thinking for a long, long time, and I think it's because he's unfamiliar with this type of opening, which we mentioned we reached in a weird, kind of unusual way. But it is quite a difficult position in itself. Also, remember, Prague doesn't have to just look for moves. He has to look for moves that keep tension, that pose problems for Ding. And I think that's the difficult part. I think there are maybe 2 or 3 moves which are completely fine here for Black, but none of them really create those winning chances that he needs in this game. And yeah, now down to 8 minutes, already 6 minutes down on the clock compared to Ding. It's getting critical for Prague. Already a big, big moment.
Yeah, and it kind of almost feels like just a psychological opening nightmare for the young Indian. And, well, opening nightmare, that is our quiz of the day.
Clever. I like it.
An amazing prize up for grabs. It's the Chessable course on the Grand Rue Lopez by Niels Grandelius. And the elusive panda says the worst opening for me to face as Black is the London. I know it's going to be a long game. Sometimes opening does this to you. And meanwhile, Pragnanda has actually made a move. So he's moved his rook 1 square up the board, getting out of the eye line of the dark squared bishop.
Bar reacts to this.
Yeah, the bar reacts, and the reason is because it is quite a clumsy move. The rook, as Jovanka mentions, gets out of the diagonal of the white bishop. But look at this black bishop suddenly. This black bishop is trapped. If you can't move this black bishop, you can't move your rook in the corner either. And it's all because this pin was just too frustrating. Ideally, you want to move your rook in a different direction, but if, for example, you move it back to the center, then we would see
For example, a trade on this square, maybe even actually thinking about it, the white knight would come in and start targeting this pawn. If the white knight gets to this square, it will hit not just one black rook, but another black rook in the corner. So black, in a way, had to play a move like this, or at least Prag felt compelled to play this move because he defends this pawn. And, OK, it was just a temporary blockage of his own bishop. After the white rook slid across, we see a trade of rooks. And there is some hope for Prag, for example, in the current position. I mean, I'm assuming that white will take back with his rook here. Maybe the white bishop can actually slide back and capture and go after this knight. That would be a very Ding type of move, a very clever, sophisticated idea there. But if, for example, he plays the most natural move, putting a rook on an open file, then the hope I see here for Prag is that he can bring his bishop out. Finally, this bishop was blocked. And again, if he gets given a move or two, then suddenly, after a trade, he can establish at least one good piece in the white half of the board. This is a beautiful outpost for the black knight, anchored by a pawn. At least one good square might lead to better things later in the game. It still takes a long, long time to even create any winning chances for black, or even dream of any winning chances for black. But I think this is what he has to go for.
Wow. And it's looking good for Ding Liren in game 4 here. Let's head back to Simon at the Good Night. Who are they cheering for? The Norwegian down at the pub tonight, Simon?
To be totally honest, I think they're enjoying themselves too much to be having a look so much at the screen. We've got the games up here on the big screen, but look how everyone is just playing blitz and having a good time here. So everyone say hello. You're on TV. So hi, hello. Okay, that was very calm. Hello, but anyway, we'll go through now and we'll check out some other people in the bar. So we'll walk this way. And, Prag is doing well, but black's been winning every game so far. Got some serious beard envy going on over there. That beard is fantastic. Well done there. But we'll just walk along here. And, let's ask this chap here about the candidates, because obviously this is the big event coming up.
Yeah.
And one of the players will be in the candidates fighting for the World Championships. Do you think it could be Ding, or you got someone else on your mind?
Maybe Firouzja or someone.
You think Firouzja will be the one?
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe Firouzja, because if Firouzja does it, that means Magnus Carlsen will actually play, which will be fantastic. But at the moment, back to the studio in a second, because it is obviously Prag who needs to win this game to give himself a chance in this leg.
He definitely does, Simon. Thank you so much. That looks like a very good time at the Good Night. And Ding Liren, world number 2. That must be a motivation for Magnus as well, if Ding is the one that wins the candidates. We did have a couple of moves. Is it still looking very hard for Prag to win this?
It's still going to be difficult, purely because there have been so many exchanges so far. A set of queens, a set of rooks already off the board. But still enough sufficient ammunition later to create some imbalance. Still that hole that we talked about on the d4 square for black's knight to jump into. Some hope for Prag.
The bar says 0.3 advantage for Ding. I have to say, Heidi, so the bar for me as a beginner in chess is my reference to understanding what is going on the board. And it's something we copied from NRK, the show that you have been working on for many, many years since Magnus became world champion. What do you think is the key to making chess understandable for non-chess players?
I think it's just what you're saying, that to sort of tell the viewers who is better off, because it's so difficult to look at the board and realize especially if you don't know a lot of chess, and even people at my level, it's probably easier for you, but I think for everyone it helps just to have the bar to kind of understand a little bit. And the Norwegian viewers, they love the bar.
Yeah.
It's
look at the bar.
Yeah, look at the bar. And we even had a viewer who tattooed "look at the bar" on her arm.
Really?
Yeah, it's like the best tattoo. It's a part of it, like a bigger chest tattoo, but it's cool.
Oh, that's a challenge for our viewers.
Yeah.
Anyone tattoo "look at the bar." I say it a lot because, again, it is my only reference to understanding. You know, is the score now 1-0 if you reference to football? Is it 5-0? You know, is it 0-0? What is the score here?
Simon loves the bar too. Maybe he should just get the bar on this.
It works very well in English as well, of course, with, Simon being at the Good Night bar all the time.
And yeah, you mentioned, Heidi, the bar, but I mean, it's useful for us too. I mean, often we're looking at a position and even though we're decent players, I mean, even if there are big blunders, we won't necessarily see it unless we see the evaluation bar swing. It's only having that kind of hint that the computer gives us. That's why we're able to commentate and show some of these variations. Often, if it was a game, if we're super stressed, we wouldn't know. And I mean, the players, of course, they don't see it, they don't know the evaluation, but I think that's why it's quite nice to kind of see it, even as a strong player, decent player myself. It's nice to kind of see the swings and roundabouts in a game. It makes it more dramatic and entertaining.
What is the reaction among maybe more, and we do have a move, by the way.
Yeah, White's bishop going to the edge of the board. I mentioned the black knight wants to jump into the centre, so Ding is trying just to eliminate all chances of losing the game by eliminating this black knight. Talking of the bar, though, he's not a big fan of that move. It's slowly but surely, maybe drifting in black's favour. Sorry, Kaja, you are...
Yeah, I was just wondering, players your level, watching chess, of course, they have done for many, many years, maybe not as used to having the bar. Are they opposed to it or do they like it, do you think?
I think everyone likes it, to be honest with you, because it's a really good indicator, as David says, you know, whether, you know, someone is doing well, if there's been a blunder. And like David also highlighted, when there's a blunder, it's also, this is the moment where we can go, okay, this is what's happening. And you start looking and trying to calculate. And that is so handy. I mean, it would be kind of cool if they introduced chess with the bar on the side.
No suggestions, just the bar.
Just the bar, yeah.
How much would that change the game at this top level?
I think it would change a lot because sometimes when you sit and play, and also like in all levels, because when you sit and play and you look at a move and then you think, is it going to work? If you have the bar, then you know there's at least something that works. If it's like a big advantage for you.
It means that blunders would almost always be punished.
Yeah.
Often a blunder would happen, and if you don't see the bar, you just trust your opponent. You just assume there's nothing there. But if you see your opponent makes a strange move and suddenly the bar goes in your favour, you're like, oh. Yeah, that's the moment. That's the key.
The perfect example from the match in 2014, right? In Game 6, was it, when Magnus made a blunder, but Anand didn't discover it. And with a bar, he probably would have.
Yeah, definitely. And that was so... Because I think that showed like the game Magnus played, because you couldn't tell at all that he made a blunder, except that he stopped writing with his pen. His hand just stopped. And that was all the signs that he gave. Anand did not...
That must have been a tense moment in the NRK studio in 2014. Bunch of moves. Any hope for Prague?
Definitely hope for Prague because the position is changing. I'm not sure whose favour it is in, but as long as there are imbalances, I think that will make Prague fans very, very happy. And here we go. Prague does have the bishop pair. Let's jump in to show what has just happened. We left it here just a few moments ago. We mentioned that black was actually trying to remove the white knight just so that the black knight could jump into the centre of the board. And Ding said, OK, you can remove my knight, but I'm actually going to go and double your pawn structure and remove your strong knight, potentially. Prague decided, OK, you can do that, but, OK, rerouting his knight, first of all. We saw a trade in the centre of the board. And now White's knight stepping back, but it's all about the different kind of selection here of minor pieces. Black has the two bishops, and the position is relatively open. I could imagine this bishop being very strong, tying down White's pieces to this pawn, and the other black bishop does have a future as well. At the moment, staring at its own pawn, not great, but if you look at the route for this bishop, it could step back, round, and into the centre of the board. And it does take a few moves, but definite potential behind black's pieces. Also, this knight, which is on the edge of the board, it's on the rim. It's a very dim piece right now. It's about to leap forward into the centre, adding extra pressure onto this pawn. There's a lot of kind of built-up, pent-up pressure that is going to come on the white position from the black minor pieces, but it is, however, a double-edged position because the weakness of these pawns might become a factor later on. And Ding was trying to remind Prague of his pawns, dropping his bishop back, hitting this guy, but Prague says, OK, I don't care, I'm stepping forward. Actually, it's quite hard to attack these pawns in the short term, so that is another factor on Prague's side. On Ding's side, however, of course, it's not just the pawns, but the weaknesses of the squares in front of them. And this knight is headed towards an outpost. It's imbalanced now, though. It's not a dead position. And that was my fear earlier, that Ding would just swap off all the pieces, get rid of all the winning chances, and just eliminate any hope. But there is hope. It might not be a big kind of attack here for Prague, but as long as he can keep the game alive, he will have chances.
OK. Good news for all the Prague fans in India and all around the world, actually. We know he has a huge fan base already, the 16-year-old, coming from exams earlier today and now fighting to tie the match. It's dramatic if he isn't able, of course, to win, but he still has a match tomorrow, and he can still win that match to take it to tiebreaks. It's not over for Prague.
It's definitely not over, and I don't know if he has exams tomorrow. That's the key question. I hope he can get a good night's sleep.
We'll have to ask him whether he has exams. But, just imagine if he has another set of exams.
We need to call his teachers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why they made him do it.
Me neither.
Okay, well, we have seen a set of trades, and the Black Knight has jumped into the middle of the board, and, well, there is a threat in the air. Knight takes pawn.
Yeah, there's pluses and minuses to this decision from Prague, though. I mentioned that as long as you had the two bishops, you have long-term hopes. Yes, you had a bad pawn structure, but Prague has decided to trade at one bishop for one of the knights. And if you look at the two bishops right now that remain on the board, they are of opposite colours. White's bishop on the dark squares, black's bishop on the light squares. In a way, they'll just kind of pass each other by and balance each other out. Jovanka mentioned it's like ships passing each other in the night. Yeah, if the knights disappear, I think it's going to be a draw. It's just about the knights and whether they can survive.
Yeah, I agree. But I do like the way that Prague has been playing this particular position these last few moves, because, you know, he has pushed his A-pawn. Alice, she's gone to the fourth row, and it restricts White's pawns on the left.
Yeah, so these two white pawns are kind of just completely immobilized by this one black pawn. For example, if the white pawn ever steps forward 2 squares, say in this position, then en passant, as if the white pawn had just moved 1 square, and suddenly everything's going to drop for white. This pawn is a weakness, this pawn is a big weakness, and actually this pawn, I think, is the key factor. Black's pieces are attacking it, white's pieces are tied down, passively defending, and it will come down, for example, if black just waits, it will come down to a situation where Ding has to decide, does he ever trade off a bishop for a knight? If he trades off his bishop for the black knight, then suddenly the black pawns are no longer doubled, and black will be able to correct his pawn structure with a very mobile kind of situation here. He can push in the center here, he can push over here, just trying to open things up for the bishop against the knight, which prefers blocked positions. And okay, I was expecting Prague to just slowly wait, improve his king maybe, bring it closer towards the center, but he says no. He just steps back, kicking away this white bishop, and wherever the bishop goes now, is his idea to bring his knight to this side of the board? Is his idea maybe to just swing his rook to the open file? We'll soon find out, but the black pieces are getting quite active. Maybe the rook will come into the white half at some point. It might come down to a situation where it's just completely blocked and black will have to open up the other side of the board, maybe with a pawn push. He needs to play on both flanks here, I think, in order to win later at Prague.
Yeah, I think it's super important, that last point that you made about playing on both sides of the board. And after Ding has retreated the bishop, maybe this is something he needs to consider seriously, actually. Just think ahead and visualize what Pragnanda might be doing and just put a stop to that idea. The former world champion Anatoly Karpov was famous for doing these type of things.
Yeah, and another thing that Karpov, here I'm thinking another world champion Petrosian would be considering here is, for example, black just pushing a pawn, just doing not too much. And the reason I want to push this pawn just to solidify my pawn in the center. And then, okay, he's actually done this. And I think he's got a specific maneuver in mind. I think he wants to push his pawn 1 square forward to kick away the white bishop. And when the bishop moves, it looks weird to put your pawns on dark squares where they're targets. But the whole reason is that you've created a square in the middle for your knight. And there's actually a clear path for it to get there. The black knight could step back and into the center. And for example, if we see this happening on the board, the black knight, once it reaches there, it's on a protected outpost. No pawn can ever touch this knight. And if you ever trade off a bishop for it, again, these pawns correct themselves. They, well, protected pass pawn here for black and easy targets for the rook. I think Prague has got a really deep strategic maneuver in mind, and therefore Ding, of course, he spots it. And if we rewind, before black gets a chance to push this pawn, Ding says, no, I'm going to block you off. I'm going to control that square myself. It has come at the detriment of white's bishop, though. White's bishop now blocked in. And Prague, he's making these big decisions so quickly, jumping to the side with his knight, hoping again for this trade, because I think the black rook now has more targets than the white rook. But I don't think Ding will exchange off here. Maybe he'll just bring his king towards the center. Still roughly balanced.
I have to say, you know, despite the position being roughly balanced, I really like what Pragnander's been doing. I really like the sophistication behind all his ideas. I think it's so instructive as well. Yeah. And the White King stepping forward, joining in the action.
But what next? That's the problem. We mentioned opposite colour bishops. While knights remain on the board, I don't think it's such a big factor. But now that the knights have just left the board, he's traded off knights. If the rooks disappear, it's a complete fortress. You'll never be able to break through. These bishops just cancel each other out. It's going to be a dead draw. It's all about the rooks now. Can Prag keep them on the board? Right now, white can't use this open file because the bishop controls this square, so the white rook is a bit stuck. Black's rook will get to the open file, but is it enough? I don't think it will be.
Why did he trade off knights if it goes towards the draw?
Yeah, good question, Heidi. I don't really know. I think maybe he just didn't see anything better, but I would rather keep them on. And even if the black knight wasn't great, I'd rather keep them on the board.
I agree with you. I just don't see what's happening. And
look, here we go. The white rook is actually about to enter the open line as well. For example, if we see the black rook swing across, which is maybe even the best move, then we'll just see a trade. And here, white will never conquer the light squares, black will never conquer the dark squares. It's just a draw. Prag has to keep the rooks on the board at all costs now. And, OK, he does that by pushing a pawn, but it's not enough. It's not enough, simply.
Now it kind of almost feels like white is better because white has the active rook. I was just like singing Pragnander's praises, and then he takes a very mysterious decision of trading knights. And now I'm like, I think it's just draw. And one of the other key things about opposite colour bishop endings alongside that have rooks on them, it's all about control. And white has control as well and an active rook. Very, very difficult for Pragnander to win this.
Yeah, white's bishop is just going to protect all of its pawns. What Pragnander needs to do now is somehow open up a line on the king side, on the right half of the board, for the black rook to come through, break through. I don't think Ding has to allow that, though. I think no matter which pawns you push as black, white will always be able to block it up. And, yeah, I mean, Heidi, you mentioned changing off those changing off the knights. I think that's another key question for viewers, I mean, of all levels, when to exchange pieces. And sometimes maybe Prag did a comparison. The black knight was on the edge of the board, the white knight was centralized, so it makes sense to exchange. But if you need to win, yeah, you need knights on the board. Imagine a knight in this position just hopping around, creating some trouble. Maybe you're not winning, maybe you're not better even, but at least you have some chance to win the game.
Do you think Ding is feeling confident now he's going to get at least the draw he needs to win the match?
He should be feeling confident. He won't relax too early. I think that's one of Ding's strengths. He's so focused all the time. He very rarely makes those one-move blunders that we occasionally see from other grandmasters. He's so focused, but yeah, I mean, he's big favourite now to get the draw.
And look at his tour rating just below his face. Today he has reached 2,800. I guess with a draw here, though, he will drop down below 2,800. It's still an amazing score.
Yeah, closing in on Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he is. World number 2. Fighting to win the match here. We have another move.
Yeah, the white rook steps back. Very logical, and black's pawns are coming. Not sure where they're going to, but they are advancing at least. Do you guys see any chances here at all for black? I don't, to be honest.
Any potential crazy plans?
It's what film was it? It was like, it's a miracle. I think it's Life of Brian.
Which Magnus is a big fan of.
I love it.
Yeah,
big fan of Monty Python. Yeah, they follow Brian around. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Yeah, sorry.
So if that happens now, Jovanka, you have to say that actually. If the bar jumps up for Prag, it's going to be a miracle, I guess.
The last 3 world champions, Kramnik, Anand, Carlsen, they're all massive fans of Monty Python.
Really?
Just a fun fact. I just remember being at a dinner once in London, and Anand and Kramnik were just quoting back jokes at each other, and I was just sat there being like, what is this? It's so nerdy.
I can't even picture that.
Are you a fan too?
I am now. At the time, I was maybe 18 at the time. I hadn't been educated in the art of...
So now, whenever we have a prodigy, like Prag, we'll have to ask, by the way, what do you think about Monty Python?
Yeah.
And then if he says yes, then look out.
World champion.
Yeah.
And what the players are thinking, I do want to show you one quick tweet, which is it's a selfie from Lucy Lou, who says, great chess and commentary got us through a few tough years. Now we're on greener pastures, and so are our lambs. Peter, Jovanka, Judith, Anish, Levon, Magnus, Jan, Kaja, and David.
Oh.
Someone's named, Lucy's named her lambs after us. Oh, that's like unbelievable. Sorry, I'm like super sweet. I'm super excited. Thank you, Lucy Lou, for sharing that with us.
You've got to name the next lamb Heidi.
Yes.
Heidi or Simon.
Or Simon.
Yeah.
Both of them. And when can we come visit our name brothers and sisters?
Yeah.
Wherever that is in the world.
Yeah, wherever it is. And I'm so excited about that. I've never had anything named after myself.
Me neither. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Definitely. And and whilst the players are still very much deep in thoughts, Pragnananda really doesn't have too much hope, unfortunately.
Yeah, we just have to show maybe why there is almost zero hope at this point. And it's because, as well, the black rook is actually stuck. I was about to say it's stuck where it is. If it goes too far away, if it goes to the other side of the board, the white bishop can come and target some pawns. Instead, the black rook kind of keeps the white bishop honest. It slides across. If the white bishop moves, there might be some checks, some annoying ideas. But in the current position, white is simply going to wait. Nothing is going to change. Black can't do anything, simply. If you push this pawn forward, if white, for example, makes a move, if you push this pawn forward, white can firstly just block things up. One open line will not be enough for the black rook because the king can just stop any entry squares. But more than that, I think actually any winning attempts pushing a pawn are actually going to backfire on Prag. We would just see a trade of pawns, and now white is the one creating a passed pawn. I want to say let's catch up with the current position, but nothing at all is changing here. Ding is offering that trade of rooks, which we mentioned would end the game in a draw instantly. If the rooks come off, dead draw. We're going to find out, is Prag going to try and win, or is he just going to trade rooks and admit that today has not gone well?
Oh, his webcam is a little off. We can see.
Keeps rooks on the board.
Yeah.
That's good, but we are going to see the players repeat the moves. And here we go. Ding does take the first day.
It's over. Winning 2 games, Ding Liren is the winner of the first match in the big final. We didn't see a big celebration. He immediately left the computer, but I do suspect a little bit of a celebration off the camera, playing a great match today. Ding Liren, how impressed have you been with the Chinese, David?
Yeah, it's looked good. I mean, he's been in control, solid in general. There was one game that Prag won where he looked a bit shaky, a bit nervy maybe, but other than that, he's the number 2 for a reason, and he showed that in the last couple of games.
Yeah. Is he showing, do you think, Heidi, signs of, being a great challenger for Magnus in a potential World Championship match?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be so exciting to see how it will go.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And, of course, we did see Prag. He did beat Anish Giri yesterday. So what is it that Ding is doing, Jovanka, that sort of doesn't give Prag the chance, especially in this last game?
I was going to say playing chess in the early hours of the morning. It's super late in China. No, he's just playing fantastic positional, strategical chess. And he just seems to be slightly outclassing Pragnananda there. And Pragnananda has to take hope from his victory because there he seemed to have the total edge over Ding. So take the game into dynamism. That's the strategy I'm predicting for Pragnananda. For Ding, control.
Yeah. Of course, we are hoping for comments from our 2 finalists. They have to play a match tomorrow as well. And one positive for all the Prag fans, of course, David, is that, Prag, he seems to not be affected by losing. He is an expert in making comebacks.
Yeah, he's not afraid. He's fearless. He's ambitious in every single game. That last game, he was the one pushing. Ding was the one just trying to fend him off, trying to block things. And also, Ding nearly never loses with white. Prag today beat Ding when he had the black pieces. So there's room for encouragement. There's room for kind of taking away the positives. It's still going to be difficult in a must-win match tomorrow. But, yeah, I mean, he's moving in the right direction, Prag. We can't fault him too much today.
Absolutely. And while we do wait for our 2 finalists to join us for a comment after a very thrilling day, let's pick some winners, Jovanka. We have 2 competitions today, and we've had so many selfies today.
Yeah. We've had so many entries for both competitions, I have to say. A lot of entries into our selfie challenge and, of course, our quiz of the day. And they've been all fantastic to read. So big thank you to absolutely everyone. And what do you think? Should we reveal the winner of the selfie challenge first?
Because we see the prize here as well. The signed chessboard
exactly.
by Heidi.
What a prize. And the winner of the selfie challenge is GoldenEye187, who says, these chess pieces need a home to play. And I told them, do not worry, there is an opportunity to win a signed chessboard. So let's give it a try. And yep, GoldenEye, congratulations, because those pieces have found a home.
I love it.
You are a lucky winner. And the winner of a quiz of the day wins a Chessable course from Niels Grandelius on the Grand Roy Lopez is actually Gaurav Mukherjee, who says that their opening nightmare is playing chess on my mobile. My opening nightmare is when I'm playing white, I've played my first move, and I have to attend a phone call from my wife or work. Just before I bought it, my opponent makes their first move, and I lose the game, and my rating.
No.
Oh, horror! It is a common scenario. We've all been there, and certainly an opening nightmare. So congratulations, Gaurav. You are our winner as well.
Now you can become an expert in the Ruy Lopez. We're joined, everyone, by the winner of the first match in the final, Ding Liren. Congratulations!
Thank you.
What an action-packed day it has been. What do you think about this first day in the final?
Oh, it's a tense match. I'm very happy about my performance with black pieces, since my strategy is to avoid any complicated line and avoid any long and forced line, and it just works.
Absolutely. And yeah, you mentioned it. It was all about the black pieces today, and Prag was able to make a comeback in game 2 with the black pieces. So heading into game 4, what was your plan in that game then with the white pieces?
Yeah, it reminds me of my match against Mamedyarov. I was 1 point lead, and I also had white pieces, so my aim was to exchange the pieces as much as possible. And yeah, he played very creatively, like rook d7 and knight e8. Yeah, he keeps the tensions, but I don't think he has any real chance in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're going to be now in the lead heading into the final day, very close to your very first tournament win in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. So what will be your plan for tomorrow?
Yes, there's still 1 day left, and I'm getting tired day by day. So hope tomorrow I can get what I want.
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, you said yesterday that you did hope to play Praggnanandhaa in the big final. He is only 16 years old. Have you been impressed with his play today?
Yes, I was impressed by his time management. He will spend a lot of time on one move, and then he's very confident about his play. And the move he come up with was also very strong. And especially in the second game, he gave me a lot of pressure, and finally I correct under time pressure. Yeah, so I think tomorrow he will be well prepared on white pieces.
That sounds correct, and Ding, I bet you will be as well. Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. And we're also joined by Praggnanandhaa. Oh, how are you right now, Prag? It's been a very long day.
Yeah, I'm definitely tired. I'll just probably go and sleep.
Very understandable. So I'll make it quick. It was obviously all about the black pieces today. What's your evaluation of today's match?
Yeah, it was a very tough match, and yeah, I'm just I'm not happy that I lost 2 games with white. Usually even losing a 1 game with white in a match is a tough thing. But losing 2 was, I think, not so good.
Absolutely. But how happy were you that you were able to make a comeback with the black pieces in game 2?
Yeah, I didn't expect it myself when I went to game 2. But I think overall that game was quite good. I think I kind of I managed to put pressure throughout the game. And okay, in the end, there were some mistakes, I guess. But in time trouble, it's not easy to convert such positions. So yeah, overall, I'm happy about that game. But I think with white, I could have improved. So tomorrow, I'll probably try to focus more on my opening preparation.
And I have to say, you never seem to be very affected by losses. You always make strong comebacks. So what will tomorrow be about for you?
Yeah, I'll try to give my best and see how it goes. And more importantly, probably I'll take more rest tomorrow and then come fresh for the match.
And of course, Prag, we have to ask you, everyone is so impressed that you actually started the day with exams. How did they go?
Yeah, it went decent. I mean, it went well, I can say. Yeah, probably it shouldn't be a problem. I guess I will pass, I think.
Well, congratulations on that. And you don't have exams tomorrow, right? Or do you?
Not tomorrow, day after I have.
Wow. Wow. It's hectic for you. What will you do tomorrow then before the final day starts?
Yeah, try to prepare a little bit and probably have to study also. So I don't know. We'll see.
Wow. Very impressive, Prag. I really hope you get a good night's sleep today and we wish you best of luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for joining us late at night in India. It's been a super long day for Praggnanandhaa, probably passing his exams and playing a very thrilling match against world number 2 Ding Liren. He was able to win 1 game with the black pieces, but Ding, winning 2 games, is the winner of the first match in the final. That means Prag, he has to win tomorrow's match to take it to tiebreaks. If they tie the match or Ding wins it, he will win Chessable Masters. So final predictions for tomorrow, David?
I think Prag's going to give it everything he's got, hopefully with a bit more energy, and I expect him to win at least 1 game. I'm not sure it'll be enough, but I think he's going to give Ding a run for his money.
Who do you think, Heidi, will win Chessable Masters?
Well, now it looks like Ding is going to win, but I think Praggnanandhaa tomorrow, I don't think he should study for his exam. I think he should just study for the games and then play his best, and maybe he has a chance.
Exactly, because he's got such a huge future in chess, right, Jovanka?
Yeah.
Focus on the chess.
Focus on the chess. That's good advice. But okay, there's one person standing in his way for in the tour final tomorrow, and he has to focus on that one first. Yeah,
he does. It's Praggnanandhaa against Ding Liren. Heidi, thank you so much for being in the studio with us today. It's been fantastic to hear all your stories.
Thank you. It's been a great pleasure being here.
And what is the next chess show for you? Because you do chess shows all the time.
Yeah, actually, it's TV2 on Monday. It's Norway Chess, a really strong Norwegian, well, a really strong international chess tournament in Stavanger in Norway.
Will feature Magnus, Carlsen and Vishy Anand.
Yes.
So more chess coming up, you guys. Thank you for being with us today. Remember, tomorrow, final day of Chessable Masters, we will decide a winner. So tune in for the action starting at 5:45 CT. See you then, and for now, goodbye.